Chapter 1533. Li Wubwa let out a tragic laugh. He paid close attention to all the movements outside. When he noticed that the sounds of the pursuit were gradually getting further and further away, he abruptly dashed out. He chose not to participate in any battle, nor did he care about his treasures. Instead, he climbed upwards like a swimming fish. Li Wubwa's action was not to escape like Li Ju, but to deliver a message. The huge change in the snow had to be notified to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would the sacrifice of this batch of Li clan members be in vain, it would also seriously affect the future arrangements. It might even lock them into a dead end with no room for maneuver. There was no doubt that Li Wubwa's heart was filled with resentment, viciousness, and schemes. But at this moment, the decision made by the current clan leader of the Li clan was still for the clan. Because they were from the Li clan. As a father and a younger brother of the Li clan, he had to make up for his son's loss. Li Wubwa's body slid upwards stealthily. His speed was relatively not fast. He was completely indifferent to everything else. In fact, not far away, there were two Li clan members who were currently being besieged. With his strength, he could definitely rescue them easily. Yet, he completely ignored them. He only made use of whatever concealment he could find to break through upwards. Li Wubwa had his own plans for what was more important. In the blink of an eye, he had already climbed up more than 2,000 feet. Over there, someone is going up there. A supreme martial artist from the Allied forces who was in the middle of a battle heard that there seemed to be movement behind him. Out of caution, he casually sliced through the snow with his saber and attacked the source of the movement, Li Wubwa. Li Wubwa blocked it with his sword. With a clang, he borrowed the momentum of the saber and flew upwards at full speed. Previously, he did not dare to make too much of a commotion and could only go up slowly. Now that his whereabouts were exposed, he might as well go up at full speed and try his best to break through the snow. As long as he could reach the top, or even if he could just let out a shout, it might bring about a chance of turning the situation around. This shout, which was filled with vigilance, immediately attracted countless experts from the Allied forces from all directions. There were even some who started to charge upwards without regard for anything. There was no lack of high-level supreme martial artists among them. Once the Li clan members rushed out and let the higher-ups know about the change below, it would not be a complete victory. At least, they would not be able to achieve the stunning effect of a surprise attack. Mo Tianji, the strategist of this calamity, would certainly make a corresponding strategic change. At that time, it would be another matter if they still wanted to take advantage of him. On the other hand, Li Wubwa didn't entangle himself with any enemy at all. He didn't even respond to any of his opponent's attacks. No matter what kind of attack it was, he just blindly borrowed it as an upward force. However, the price he had to pay for this was extremely tragic. In the blink of an eye, his body was already dripping with blood and flesh. His external injuries were so heavy that one could imagine his internal injuries. One must know that the attacks that came from all directions were mainly palm chi and fist chi. However, he still stubbornly charged upwards. At this moment, his speed of ascension had already reached its peak. There was still a space of 300 feet above the snow layer here. Li Wubwa's countenance was mournful. At this moment, he unleashed the last of his remaining energy and charged upwards rapidly. This charge seemed to have gathered all of his strength. His entire body flew upwards like a cannonball. A saber flew towards him at lightning speed. Its target was originally his neck, but Li Wubwa's upper body had already charged over in an instant. In that instant, Li Wubwa only felt a chill in his knees and his body inexplicably lightened. Half of his body finally succeeded in charging out of the snow layer. Li Wubwa's two legs rushed out like a waterfall of blood. It looked as if he was using his blood as the momentum to push himself up. Just as he breathed in the air outside, Li Wubwa already couldn't wait to yell at the sky. The ambush below has been broken. Our side has suffered a crushing defeat. The ambush below has been broken. He had no choice but to do so, because Li Wubwa wasn't sure how long more he could live. Perhaps in the next instant, his soul would have already left his body. However, the news must be sent out. It must be sent out. It must be sent out at the first instant. In the quiet, snowy plains, his furious roar reverberated far and wide, reverberating in all directions. The surrounding snow layer cracked open. A few supreme martial artists from the allied forces also jumped out. Sabers and swords were drawn, slashing down on his body like snowflakes. Every move was fatal and fatal. Li Wubwa didn't dodge at all. It wasn't because his legs were crippled, nor was it because he didn't have the strength to struggle. Instead, it was because he was afraid that once he resisted or dodged, he would exhaust his remaining strength. It would be a real disaster if his family couldn't hear him. At this moment, as long as his family could hear him, what was this crippled life of his worth? In the forest of sabers and rain of swords that were filled with despair and killing, blood splattered everywhere. Li Wubwa looked up at the sky and cried out the last words of his life. The ambush below has been broken. Emotianji, Emotianji, did you hear that? Elder Master. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words and before Yu-In could reply, Li Wubwa's body turned into a pile of minced meat amidst a series of puffing sounds. A supreme martial artist from the allied forces was filled with hatred. He raised his leg and kicked his only intact head, sending it flying into the air and landing thousands of feet away. Li Wubwa had been scheming and scheming all his life. He had been shameless and despicable all his life. However, at his last moment, how could one judge the merits and demerits of a person's life? No matter what, it was really impossible to make a final conclusion. At this moment, Chu Yang and the others had already returned to their respective ambush spots. Mo Tianji was discussing some details with Li Chuanbua. Everything had already been planned and discussed. They were only waiting for the final battle to begin. The so-called discussion now was just to strive for perfection. No matter what was discussed, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the final outcome. However, at this moment, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out. Although the volume wasn't loud, it could still be heard clearly. There was an indescribable sense of grief, helplessness, as well as a sense of regret that almost caused one's internal organs to rupture and vomit blood. All these emotions were so clear that everyone could empathize with him. The ambush below has been broken. We have suffered a crushing defeat. Emotianji, did you hear that? It's Li Wubwa. It's actually him? How can it be? Li Xiangxi stood up at once. The ambush below the layer of snow has been broken? How is that possible? Li Chuanbua raised his head in disbelief. Such a tight ambush can be said to be the work of the gods. It's flawless. How can it be broken before the final battle has even begun? This is impossible? Something's not right. Let's go and take a look. Mo Tianji was also somewhat baffled. Several people rushed out as though they were flying. A moment later, they came to the layer of snow. A lone human head was seen facing the sky. It was Li Wubwa. His face was filled with grief and indignation. His eyes were still wide open. He had actually died with his eyes wide open. Looks like the ambush below has really been broken. This is really unexpected. Mo Tianji sighed. Li Wubwa went down with the last wave of the second team. His hiding spot can be said to be extremely well hidden. Also, with Li Wubwa's character, unless he's at the end of his rope, I'm afraid he won't. Li Chuanbua's expression was sinister, as though a storm was brewing. He bellowed furiously, I'm just curious about one thing. The ambush here can be said to be flawless. With so many resources used and the geographical advantage, it's not an exaggeration to say that we have all the advantages. How can it be broken just like that? Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. Then, he said, if there's no internal chaos, there's definitely no reason for it to be broken. That's the only possibility. Li Chuanbua's beard flared up. He bellowed furiously. Who would dare to leak such a big clan matter? Who would leak it? I don't believe that there would be such a traitor in the Li clan. I'll go down and take a look. Mo Tianji and the rest couldn't stop him in time. Li Chuanbua bellowed furiously and quickly sank into the layer of snow. A low-grade supreme martial artist sank into the layer of snow. Just the protective aura around him was enough to ward off all evil. Withstanding a series of attacks, he went all the way down just like that. He happened to see a Li clan expert being besieged. The situation was already precarious. Li Chuanbua bellowed furiously and struck out with his palms. With two loud bangs, two experts from the allied forces had their bones and tendons broken. They flew out from both sides, spurting out blood. Then, furious roars rang out from all directions. Countless experts from the allied forces swarmed over. Li Chuanbua lifted that Li clan expert with one hand. His left hand quickly drew a circle. A strong gust of wind blew out, blocking everyone dozens of feet away. Then, he dashed out as though he was flying. Even though Li Chuanbua was a top-grade expert, he couldn't take on so many people head-on by himself. The next moment, with a thud, Li Chuanbua flew out of the layer of snow again. Standing on it, he placed the person he had saved in front of him and stuffed a pill into his mouth. However, this person was already at the end of his life. He was on his last breath. With the help of the pill, he regained his vitality and mumbled, Old master." Li Chuanbua's eyes darkened. He knew that he couldn't be saved. He asked evenly, "Tell me, how did the ambush break?" Hearing that, the person's eyes suddenly revealed an intense fury that couldn't be vented. He wanted to speak, but due to the excessive emotional shock, he started coughing violently. Li Xiangxi hurriedly pressed his hand against his back and slowly channeled his internal energy. However, he shook his head. He could clearly feel that the person's vitality was gradually dissipating. Such injuries were really hard to heal. "It's Li Ju, that damned bastard." That person was filled with intense hatred, gnashing his teeth as though he wanted to skin Li Ju alive. Originally, everything was fine. We had been waiting for the arrival of the final battle. It was that bastard Li Ju who jumped out on his own without rhyme or reason. He was pursued by the enemy, but in a panic, he didn't know where to go and led us to every place where we were lying in ambush. In the end, all of us were exposed. Many of our brothers were blocked in their caves and beaten to death. This person was seriously injured. Originally, he was already on the verge of death. However, when he talked about this, the intense hatred in his heart actually made him speak more fluently. We had no choice but to come out and fight, intending to fight to the death. However, we had already completely lost the geographical advantage. The enemy outnumbered us. We were no match for them at all. The eyes of this Li clan expert were turning white, his throat gurgling. Finally, he roared, "Li Ju, even if I die, I won't let you off." Chapter 1534. Li Xiangxi lowered his head sadly. Li Chuanbua was trembling all over. Even his beard was trembling. Suddenly he roared, "Li Ju." His voice was like thunder. At this moment, Li Chuanbua was obviously extremely angry. Mo Tianji frowned. He also felt that this turn of events was a little too troublesome. He had spent so much effort to set up such a flawless plan, but it was actually destroyed so cleanly by an idiot. This was really a change that no one could have expected. There's no other way. We have to change the original plan. Mo Tianji let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that after Diwu Qingrou's side had an internal conflict, the same situation would happen before he could finish gloating over it. Was this really heavens while playing tricks on them? I'll go down again, look at the situation, and see if I can save a few people. Li Chuanbua frowned. In Li Chuanbua's opinion, the current situation was so bad that they had to think of ways to remedy it. If they could save the remaining Li clan brothers, they would at least be able to preserve some fighting power. Most importantly, the old man really couldn't bear to let his descendants sacrifice themselves in vain. "No, you definitely can't go down anymore." Mo Tianji hurriedly stopped him. "Just now, I didn't stop elderly from entering the danger zone because the situation was unclear and I needed to understand the current situation. Now that the situation is clear, it can be said that it's chaos down there. Unknown dangers may occur at any time, especially since there's no way to see anything down there. Even if you force yourself to go down, it'll be useless. It's not worth it. I'll pay attention to some dangers, but can I always watch them all get killed? If I can preserve a bit of fighting power, I'll have a bit more chance of survival." Li Chuanbua was obviously very anxious. It was rare for him to doubt Mo Tianji's decision. "Elderly, I know that you're anxious, but if you go out again, the allied forces will definitely not sit by and watch. Xiao Qinyu will definitely follow closely behind with his men. If you're trapped here too, there's no need to fight the rest of the battle. Now that things have come to this, Saving people is definitely not the best plan. We can only activate the follow-up change of the 3-light array in advance, the sunlight array. Emotienji sighed. Activate the sunlight array in advance? Yes, this is the only way to break the current situation. But this is only the second team. If Emotienji said indifferently, elderly, could it be that you want to wait until all of them are dead before you make up your mind? A shudder ran through Li Chuanbua's body. His gaze was stern and stern. After a long while, he nodded silently. That's fine too. Fine. Let's do as you say. Emotienji's white robe fluttered as he turned around and left. At this time, action was the most practical thing to do. Li Chuanbua followed closely behind, but both he and Li Xiangxi's father's footsteps seemed unusually heavy. Under the layer of snow, Li Ju was still running crazily, constantly exposing his family's hidden ambush spot to the enemy. At this moment, young Master Li was running blindly as if he had lost his soul. He was completely like a walking corpse. He no longer had the ability to think. He could only instinctively seek the protection of his people. Even if the people who came out were killed immediately, he would still feel safer because he saw his own people. He still had companions. Having companions was equivalent to having protection. However, he would never have thought that his foolish actions would drag his entire clan into the bottomless abyss. Behind him, there were more than 20 high-level supreme martial artists tailing him. In addition, there were 7 or 8 supreme martial artists of 7th grade and above. Their eyes shone with a cruel light. They stared at him firmly, not letting him escape. The most ridiculous thing was that those 7 or 8 supreme martial artists of 7th grade and above had another purpose, which was to protect Li Ju's life. This was because there were already several groups of Li clan members who had launched suicidal attacks in order to get rid of Li Ju. Unfortunately, under the protection of those 7 or 8 supreme martial artists of 7th grade and above, all attacks were useless. And before confirming that the Li clan members under the snow were not all dead, Li Ju must not die. This was a treasure to guide the way, a treasure to defeat the enemy. The other Li clan members would be killed the moment they appeared, but Li Ju could move freely. However, Li Ju himself did not notice this at all. He was still blindly seeking the protection of his own people, trying his best to do so. He had lost all rationality. He was actually safe. He was actually the safest Li clan member. At this moment, the only Li clan member who was safe. Save me, save me. Li Ju rushed over with disheveled hair, repeating the actions and words that he had repeated countless times. He shouted towards a cave hidden under the snow, but there was no response. He actually raised his palm and swept away the snow, revealing an extremely hidden cave. Come out and save me, Li Ju. Why are you not coming out to save me? I'm being chased. I'm going to die. The people inside almost cursed. You're begging us to save you? We're begging you not to implicate us. You're going to die? Why aren't you dead yet? If you're really dead, the world will be really peaceful. But since the entrance of the cave had already appeared, there was no point in hiding anymore. The 3 people inside could only choose to show themselves. Their path of survival had already been cut off, and the only meaningful thing they could do for the Li family was to kill Li Ju. Palm energy, fist energy, sword energy. These 3 people in the cave gathered their last wishes and attacked with all their strength. They only had one goal, to kill the scourge. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. At the moment when the 3 fatal attacks were about to reach Li Ju, there were several even more tyrannical forces that blocked their attacks horizontally. There were also several gentle forces that sent Li Ju out of this place of death. Then, more than 30 high-level supreme martial artists of the allied forces quickly surrounded them and attacked the cave. In just one round of attacks, 2 people had already turned into green smoke and rotten flesh before they could even leave the cave. Don't come over. Li Ju, who had already escaped from danger, was still full of fear. His pupils were dilated, and under the shouts of chase, he scrambled to escape, shouting, "Save me! Save me! Save me!" The terrain was gradually rising. Although Li Ju didn't feel it, the faces of the allied forces behind him were full of seriousness. The Li clan had sent out a total of 4 teams, all of which were hidden under the snow. The first two teams that came out were now almost completely wiped out, and this area was close to the ambush location of the other two teams. They couldn't help but raise their vigilance. At this time, Emotionji had already returned to the mountain peak. He had entered an extremely hidden cave. His right hand pressed down somewhere, and this cave was enveloped by the three light formations. It was as hard as iron and stone. Suddenly, a Emotionji leaped up. Here, there were three unusually complicated formations. All of them were set up with purple crystal jade essence, emitting a dazzling radiance. The entire cave was illuminated by the purple crystal jade essence, as if it was a colorful illusion, magnificent and brilliant. Emotionji walked to the center of the formation and stood there with his eyes closed. Li Chuanbua heaved a long sigh. Emotionji slowly stretched out his hand. At this moment, his hand suddenly turned transparent like white jade. A golden copper coin suddenly appeared in his hand. After a series of flips, it suddenly floated into the air at the same time, forming a small starry formation, emitting an unusually dazzling radiance. Then, it floated into the center of the sunlight formation. Under a series of flashes, the sunlight formation emitted a dazzling white light. Along with the purple crystal jade essence around it, it shattered and turned into nothingness. The sunlight formation has been officially activated. Emotionji let out a muffled snort. His face turned pale. Then, he said calmly, inform everyone to continue hiding. Don't come out at all, lest they get implicated and get caught in the crossfire. Li Xiangxi immediately gave the order. The Li clan members on the mountain peak all disappeared without a trace. A dense flow of air was activated, shooting straight into the sky and merging with the rising sun. The sunlight in the air actually showed some strange changes, as if some strange change was happening. Then, under the layer of snow, a buzzing sound seemed to be coming from deep underground. After the Li clan members who were lying in ambush felt this vibration, they seemed to have received some kind of signal. Without prior agreement, they charged out from their respective hidden caves and attacked the enemy with all their might. The suddenness of this moment really caught them off guard. The experts of the Allied forces who had had a smooth journey thus far were much less vigilant because of the previous battles. Under this sudden attack, they actually felt somewhat unprepared. In a moment, quite a number of people lost their lives under this strange attack. The reason why this surprise attack could be so successful was mainly due to three aspects. Firstly, the Allied forces' previous battles had been too smooth, so their vigilance was naturally much lower. Secondly, the location of the battle was under the layer of snow after all. It was the battle location that the Li clan was most familiar with. On the Allied forces side, the only person who could contend with the Li clan in this aspect, the Ling clan, who was equally familiar with fighting in snow, was not here. This was also an important reason why the Li clan's surprise attack was successful this time. And the most important reason was that Li Ju was only familiar with the ambush locations of the first two teams. As for the other two teams, he basically knew nothing about them. It was precisely because of this great misfortune that there was an opportunity left for this desperate counterattack. It also left an opportunity for Emotionji and the entire Li clan to turn the situation around. However, a momentary glory had nothing to do with eternity. After all, the Allied forces had the advantage in numbers. Whether it was in terms of numbers or the level of their experts, they were far superior to the Li clan. After a moment of panic, they quickly stabilized their footing and both sides began to fight underground. No one chased after Li Ju anymore. The Li clan members wanted to kill the traitor, but they were powerless. They had already exhausted all their strength to fight against the strong enemy in front of them. They really did not have the energy to deal with that scum of the clan. As for the Allied forces, Li Ju was already a completely useless piece of trash. Such a useless piece of trash, no one was willing to take another look at him. Chapter 1535. For people like Li Ju, as long as their nature was understood, they would be despised, and ignored no matter when and where. Of course, Li Ju didn't know that he had been ignored. At this moment, he was still completely immersed in being chased by countless people. He was running for his life like a whirlwind, rushing out of the canyon. His only thought was, I want to run for my life. I want to live underground. Thousands of people were fighting. On the ground, Diwu Qingro vaguely felt a sudden vibration. Although his expression was unchanged, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He was now in the middle of a battle with Mo Tianji. Any abnormal movement could be caused by the other party. Diwu Qingro didn't dare to be careless. He also attached great importance to this battle. There seems to be some movement in the sky. Yi Xiaoyao looked up and muttered, but he didn't take it too seriously. There is movement in the sky? Although the speaker didn't mean it, the listener did. Diwu Qingro immediately stood up and walked out. What movement? When did it start? Just now. There seems to be some changes in the sunlight. But it's normal now. Yi Xiaoyao didn't take it seriously. It should be a special weather change in the northwest. Just now, it suddenly brightened. I have to say that the sun hasn't appeared in the northwest for hundreds of thousands of years. When the sun comes out, all kinds of rare things happen. I'll let these bumpkins see what the sun is. The few supreme martial artists beside him found his words interesting. They all laughed along. But then they found that Diwu Qingro's face had turned serious. They couldn't help but stop laughing. Since the farce 2 days ago, Xiao Chunyu had given a strict order. No one under him could go against Diwu Qingro's orders. Those who disobeyed would be severely punished. Diwu Qingro softly said, "Oh." He quickly walked out of the tent. He put his hand on his forehead and looked at the sky. At this moment, the rising sun in the sky was like a warm fireball. But at this moment, it suddenly turned into an extremely dazzling white. A round beam of light suddenly shone down from the sun. It was like a heaven-shaking divine sword shooting straight down. Its target was the Three Lights Grand Formation from before. It actually enveloped the entire Three Lights Grand Formation. Diwu Qingro and the others were staring at the sky with their eyes wide open. Suddenly, a strong light struck them. Everyone let out a scream of surprise. Their eyes were sore and unbearable. Tears started to flow out of their eyes. Fortunately, this group of people was strong, and their bodies were far stronger than ordinary people. If it was someone with a lower cultivation base, their eyes would definitely be gone. After the aurora, the people who were temporarily blinded had a new feeling. Their surroundings suddenly became hot. One had to know that this was the Great Northwest. It was windy and frosty all year round, and the temperature was frighteningly low. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even a person's urine would freeze before it even touched the ground. It wasn't a rare thing to even turn into a thin ice strip, therefore. In the Northwest, there had always been a saying, "Be careful when you pee. Move at any time. Once an icicle rises, even birds will stiffen." In other words, when you pee, you must pee while walking. If you don't move, an icicle will quickly form. Maybe even your thing will freeze and stiffen. There was once someone who had encountered such an awkward situation. His movement was a little slow. In the end, he had to reach out and break off the frozen part while peeing. In the end, he didn't get his thing. Unfortunately, it was a great fortune. Back to the main topic. To actually feel hot in such a place, isn't that a little too inconceivable? If not for the fact that many people had the same feeling, they would definitely think that it was an illusion. But now, they really had such a feeling. Motherfucker, my eyes. Motherfucker. My eyes are also hurting. Motherfucker. What's going on? Why is the damn sunlight suddenly so bright? It's hurting my eyes. Hey, why is it so hot? Yes, it's really hot. What's going on? This is the Northwest, the coldest place in the world. This is really motherfucker hard to understand. How can the Northwest be so hot? Oh my eyes, motherfucker. Diwu Qingro was also not lucky enough to escape this disaster. His eyes were also extremely sore and tears were flowing down. However, he didn't make a fuss like the others because he suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Moreover, this possibility was too big. Ignoring the pain in his eyes, he closed his eyes and gathered his martial power. He exhaled and shouted, "Everyone, quickly withdraw from here." Danger. Extreme danger. Quickly. What's the situation? Why do we have to withdraw? Yes, what's going on? Is it an enemy attack? Countless noisy questions arose one after another, but only a few people responded to Diwu Qingro. At this moment, the situation had changed. The stronger ones would rather stay in place and deal with the changes by staying put. The weaker ones didn't dare to act rashly. For a moment, very few people listened to Diwu Qingrou's order to withdraw. Fortunately, Diwu Qingro couldn't see at this moment. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death by this group of people. What's going on? Did the enemy make a move again? Xiao Chunyu hurried over. He walked all the way and felt that it would be fine even if he was naked. Moreover, the temperature was still continuing to increase. There was no reasonable explanation for such a strange situation if it wasn't caused by the enemy. If I'm not wrong, this is a killing trap caused by the three lights great array. Diwu Qingro said, immediately gather everyone and leave at full speed. Otherwise, we may really be roasted by the sun. No matter how strong a person is, he can't fight against the heavens. Xiao Chunyu was shocked. He hastily issued an order. Xiao Chunyu's order was naturally incomparable to Diwu Qingrou's. Everyone didn't have any doubts. They displayed their agility skills and rushed back like the wind. The three lights great array can draw the power of the three lights of the stars in the sky. It can stabilize the mountains and rivers and make the mountains and rivers eternal. This is a relatively common saying. Diwu Qingro was somewhat envious. He said with some regret, but there is another absurd saying. The operation of the three lights great array can draw the power of the three lights down to the lower realm and destroy everything with the supreme power of the stars. This saying is too extreme. Moreover, no one has really seen it. So, no one believes it. Therefore, the insiders believe that this is an exaggerated and absurd saying. But this time, Mo Tianji should have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. He should have obtained the real mystery of the operation of the three lights great array. He turned the absurd into the truth and turned the old legend into the legend of the present. Therefore, this is a killing formation that can't be resisted by a person. We have no place to hide. Everyone must withdraw from the area covered by the three lights great array as soon as possible. Otherwise, there is no way to survive. Diwu Qingro explained in a hurried voice as he walked. Ah, there is such a tyrannical killing formation. Well, what about the people in the valley below? Xiao Chunyu was shocked. There were more than 1,300 people in the valley. They were the elite forces of various big clans. The situation was so critical now. How could he inform them to withdraw? Would they make it in time? It's too late. We are already very lucky to be able to withdraw in time. We can't care about them, especially now that they are thousands of feet under the snow. It's definitely too late. Diwu Qingro sighed sadly. Xiao Chunyu was stunned when he heard this. Even his rapid footsteps slowed down. While the allied forces were retreating at full speed, the sunlight from the sky had already turned into a huge fire dragon, completely enveloping the entire three lights great array. Due to the influence of the three lights great array, even the supreme level experts couldn't do anything about the accumulated snow on the mountaintop. The snow had been accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, it was melting rapidly and turned into molten iron, rushing downwards. In the valley, the buried snow was also melting rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Drops of it seeped downwards. Because the temperature was too high, it had just melted when it turned into boiling water. As the temperature got higher and higher, a burst of steam evaporated. However, it didn't have time to evaporate and turned into molten lava, rushing downwards. What was the concept of hundreds of thousands of years of snow melting together? This was an absolutely impossible scene. However, it happened today. At the top of the valley, Li Ju's head popped out in a daze. He was attacked by the hot water head-on. He was completely unprepared. He screamed and almost fainted on the spot. He could barely see the current situation clearly. It could be said that his soul had left his body. He jumped up desperately and rushed outside. He used all his strength to protect his body and resist the external pressure. However, he didn't walk more than 1,000 feet before he was covered in wounds. His flesh was badly mutilated and blisters were all over his body. However, Li Ju didn't seem to feel any pain at this moment. He was like a walking corpse. He ran all the way by instinct and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the surrounding mountains and valleys, the hundreds of thousands of years of snow and ice gradually melted. The river flowed downwards like a dam bursting. This was no longer the galloping of thousands of horses. It was believed that even if millions of horses galloped together, the momentum would be just like this. Along the way, the steam rose and covered the sky. Slowly, the snow on the ground also began to melt layer by layer. Layer by layer, it disappeared. It didn't take long for the snow on the top of the mountain to melt. Perhaps it was because the temperature was too high. Even some of the stones had begun to melt, turning into layers of grease-like substance. As more and more of the melted stones were formed, they began to gather, converge, and then flow downwards. The temperature of the three lights' great array had risen to an unimaginable level. Chapter 1536. Just a moment ago, the surface layer was still melting, but the next moment, it had already formed a torrent, rushing down the mountain peak and into the canyon. All the surrounding mountains had a surface layer that was several feet thick melted. Under the influence of the extremely high temperature, streams of lava actually formed on the mountain peak and flowed into the canyon. Regarding these unimaginable and miraculous changes, the people from both sides who were still fighting intensely under the layer of snow were completely unaware. August 9th reading, they were completely unaware that something infinitely terrifying was rapidly approaching. The layer of snow melted too quickly. There was still a layer of ice and snow below, but there was already boiling water above. It was almost completely skipping the process of cold water. After that, it was still lava. After it was completely filled, there was still some distance between it and the bottom layer of snow. With this distance between them and the people below who were fighting with their lives on the line, how could they possibly notice anything? But the barrier was the layer of snow, and it was just a layer of snow. Under such high temperature, how long could a mere layer of snow last? The rumbling sounds were endless, and the magma had already transformed into a bright red color, filling up the entire slanting valley. Where the thick mist rose, the magma inside continued to bubble, and it was still gradually sinking downwards. Li Xiangxi and Li Chuanbua closed their eyes at the same time. If they went down like this, no one below, regardless of their cultivation level, would be able to escape alive. The outcome was already decided. They would perish together, and in the true sense of the word, they would be annihilated. They had originally planned to perish together with the invading enemy. Now that they are together in life and death, it is not an unacceptable outcome for them to turn into smoke on the same day and return to heaven and earth. Although Li Xiangxi said this, he sighed deeply. Rather than saying that he was consoling Li Chuanbua, it was better to say that he was consoling himself. There is only one life in a person's life. There is only one spring in a person's life. Li Chuanbua turned around. His voice was cold and hard as he said, "To be able to perish together with the enemy is the most glorious ending for us men. Li Clan's younger brother will definitely not drag out an ignoble existence. Returning like this is the majesty of heaven and earth. I only have a strong sense of pride. Where is their sorrow?" Mo Tianji said indifferently, "This is war." He sneered and said, "This is the final killing formation." This formation was irresistible, but it required time to operate. If there wasn't enough distraction, the enemy would have too much time to escape. My original intention was to trigger the final battle, and then use the ground below as an ambush base. Once the battle started, the arrangements below would definitely be able to take the initiative, stand out, kill, and pin down the enemy, and then launch the final battle here. Then, we'll lure everyone inside. That way, we'll have enough time to bury everyone inside. Be it friend or foe, we'll perish together. However, I had never thought that Li Ju would act on his own initiative. He would act rashly without thinking and bring about a change in the situation. And this ambush would be ruined. Since we can't take the initiative here, we can't trigger the enemy's crisis. And Diwu Qing Ro won't send any more reinforcements. So, This arrangement can only be launched in advance. Originally, we expected to be able to bury more than 10,000 people here. But now, we've only buried less than 2,000. This is far from our expectations. Indeed, man proposes, God disposes. Emo Tianji sighed and said, according to my most ideal plan, if everyone here were to perish together, the Li clan would naturally have room to maneuver when the enemy's reinforcements arrived. Or, we might even be able to leave some seeds behind. At least, we wouldn't have to sacrifice those women and children and that foundation. But now, everything is just empty talk. Although it's a little cruel to perish together here, and it's also very hurtful to heaven and humanity, it's to protect hundreds of thousands of women and children. There's still a price to pay. But, I didn't expect. Emo Tianji sneered and said, haha, so what if I've calculated everything? An unexpected human factor changed the outcome, and Li Ju is a pig. You've ruined my entire plan. And from this moment on, the Li clan has truly fallen into a desperate situation. A chance of survival? It's completely gone. I have no chance of survival for your Li clan. I can only pray that the final formation will work. Everyone was silent as if they were in despair. Everyone in the Li clan lowered their heads. Previously, there was still hope. Of course, they had sacrificed themselves, but there was still hope for the survival of their women and children. But now, even the last remaining hope had been lost. How could they not be in despair? Yet even though they were in despair, they still didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. After a while, Li Chuanbua gritted his teeth and said, Li Ju, this bastard, even if he dies 10,000 times, he won't be able to make up for the loss this time. It's really too easy for him to die here this time. At this moment, Li Chuanbua didn't know that Li Ju, whom both sides wanted to kill, was actually still alive. He was even the only survivor of the decisive battle under the snow. Far away, Xiao Qinyu and the others were all standing high in the air. The best way to avoid such a natural disaster was to stay away from all kinds of disasters, and the best place to go was the sky. Even the weakest among the Allied forces had the ability to control the air. At this moment, looking at the lava in this entire canyon, even though they were already dozens of miles away, they could still feel the hot air blowing toward them. Even their beards were all scorched. The layer of snow below them was still melting rapidly. The place where they were originally standing had already turned into a vast ocean at this moment. Looking at the fog that rose into the sky, everyone's faces turned pale. A few of them didn't have strong wills. They were so panicked that they were trembling all over. No one would have thought that Emo Tianji actually had such a vicious trick up his sleeve. It turned out that the true meaning of the three-light array to stabilize the mountains and rivers was to turn this place into a huge iron pot. In the end, everyone would be cooked in the pot. Diwu Qingrou's forehead was full of cold sweat. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It's a fluke." A fluke? Everyone gave him a sidelong glance. Clearly, they were very puzzled and even somewhat disgusted. So many people on our side have been trapped inside, and you still say it's a fluke? If this is a fluke, then what isn't a fluke? Thinking back, I can now conclude that this is definitely the final killing trap that Emo Tianji set up. It's also a decisive move to perish together with the enemy and perish together. Diwu Qingrou wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, I think that something special must have happened down there. It doesn't have enough conditions to attract us down there anymore. Therefore, Emo Tianji started this trap ahead of time. Because if he insisted on not starting it, the change down there might have caused him to not be able to take advantage of this final advantage. Even if he had a killing move, it would have been useless. Diwu Qingrou smiled bitterly. Everyone, you can try to think about it. If something didn't happen down there, we would have been at a disadvantage once the decisive battle started. What would we have done? We would have supported them with all our strength. Otherwise, would we have gone down there to fight if all the members of the other side had gathered in the canyon? No matter what the reason was, who would have been able to escape if we had gone down and started a chaotic battle? Who would have been confident that they would have been able to escape? When everyone thought about it, they couldn't help but shudder. Their complexions had turned into the color of corpses. Their eyes were full of fear as they looked at the other side. They only felt a chill creeping up their spines. In this incomparably hot time, they still felt an endless chill that sent chills down their spines. Indeed, if that was really the case, even if it was Xiao Chenyu, it was very likely that he would have been held back by Li Chuanbua. In that case, he wouldn't have been able to escape and could only die on the spot. Luck. It was really luck. It was really luck. It was really too lucky. I didn't expect that Emo Tianji to set up such a vicious killing trap. Xiao Chunyu's lips trembled as he said with a pale face, "This can't be said to be vicious. What are we here for? What's the purpose?" Diwu Qingru said somewhat mockingly, "We were here to exterminate the Li clan. Even if the other party's methods are more vicious than this, it's only right. It's only right to use every means possible." I can only say that Emo Tianji is indeed a learned man. He has already obtained the true essence of formations in the world. I'm not as good as him. Diwu Qingrou's eyes were filled with envy. If I can obtain the inheritance of such a marvelous formation, I can also. Diwu Qingrou lowered his gaze. While he was admiring, he thought in his heart, if I were Emo Tianji, I would definitely not use this killing trap now. Even if the Li clan were to be wiped out, even if I were to lose for a while. So what? If this formation was used during the Tianding Grand Meeting, it would definitely be able to wipe out all the experts of the big clans and law enforcement officers in one fell swoop. If the millions of experts who participated in this meeting were all turned into smoke, wouldn't it be easy to unify the heavens? Emo Tianji, you're still not ruthless enough. In terms of ruthlessness, you're not as good as me. You, Emo Tianji, are not as good as me, Diwu Qingru. Under the layer of snow. At this moment, the people from both sides who were still fighting fiercely had also started to feel the heat. It was suffocating as if they were in a steamer. As they fought, they were somewhat surprised. What's going on? After this period of frenzied killing and fighting, the people from the Li clan were almost all dead. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, most of them were seriously injured. Few of them were in good health. The experts from the Allied forces were naturally more powerful. Already, some of them could spare some time to observe the surrounding terrain. Something's not right. Why is it so hot here? This temperature is too strange. One of them was a little puzzled. This is thousands of feet under the layer of snow. It shouldn't be so hot. It's so hot that I'm sweating all over. What's going on? Why do I feel that the top is red? One of them shouted. Everyone felt the strange atmosphere at this moment. They stopped what they were doing and looked up at the same time. They saw that the dark layer of snow above their heads, which they couldn't see anything at first, was now showing a dark red color. At the same time, a wave of heat that was enough to drive people crazy was already coming down from above. In fact, the temperature was still rising. What's going on? What's going on? A 7th grade supreme martial artist shouted. What's going on? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and hit out with his palm. Chapter 1537. Part 7, Chapter 835. Mutual Destruction. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. His words were still echoing. That palm actually made a huge hole in the originally indestructible snow layer. The snow layer in front melted into a puff of green smoke, and then the surging magma flowed in, unstoppable. That 7th grade supreme martial artist was the first to bear the brunt. He was completely unprepared and didn't even know what was happening. His head was already smashed by the magma, and then his whole body was submerged in it. He only had time to let out a scream before his whole body started to rot. 9. Reading network. It was a calamity that was worthy of its name. He hurriedly circulated his energy, trying to relieve his injuries and resist the external attack. However, at this time, it was already completely useless. He screamed miserably, but the magma flowed into his mouth at the right time. In an instant, a puff of green smoke rose, and his whole body had already evaporated without a trace. Everyone at the side had already hidden far away when they saw that the situation was not right. However, they looked at this horrifying scene in horror. Even though it was already extremely hot now, everyone felt that their hands and feet were cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? A supreme martial artist shouted as if he was about to cry. A 7th-grade supreme martial artist was annihilated so cleanly. Could he be lucky enough to escape? How could he be so capable? At this moment, the dark red color above their heads became thicker and thicker. The gap there gradually expanded, and the magma flowed in endlessly. Everyone wanted to resist, but there was no way to do so. They could only blindly hide in all directions. However, a sea of magma had already rapidly formed on the ground, and it was still continuing to spread rapidly. If they kept hiding, how long could they hide for? Where could they hide in the end? Everyone's hearts were filled with despair. The dark red color above their heads was obviously all magma. When they looked up again, the space above their heads within a radius of thousands of feet was all this dark red color. Where else could they escape to? This was thousands of feet under the snow layer. Isn't this the fucking Northwest? Isn't this a fucking snow layer? A supreme martial artist of the Allied forces shouted in fear and anger, "Fucking hell! Where did this magma come from? Isn't this a scam? Ha 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 ha." A surviving supreme martial artist of the Li clan laughed maniacally, even tears flowing out. Good. A big family, how impressive. Besieging the Li clan. What a strong, murderous aura. Ha ha ha. Isn't he still going to perish together with the Li clan? Let's all die together. So what? What else can you do? Ha 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 ha. This is great. You want to destroy my home. You want to cut off my descendants. You all deserve to die here today. He roared loudly. All the experts in the alliance glared at him, but they couldn't refute his words. No matter what, mutual destruction was already a foregone conclusion. There was no point in arguing any further. The dark red color above their heads was becoming more and more intense. This meant that the layer of snow above their heads, the last obstacle, was getting shorter and shorter. This also meant that everyone's time to survive was getting shorter and shorter. However, no one could do anything about it. Everyone here was a top-notch expert. Needless to say, they were usually strong-willed and wouldn't even blink if they were attacked by swords and sabers. But now, under the influence of the approaching threat of death, their wills had long been shattered. The only thought in their minds was that there would be some miracle that could stop this calamity of death and save them from death. That supreme martial artist of the Li clan suddenly laughed maniacally and jumped up. You bunch of bastards, stop dreaming about any fucking miracles. Die early and reincarnate early. Don't I still have to accompany you? So what if I die first? I'll let you take advantage of me again. Then, with the last of his strength, he struck out dozens of consecutive palms. Amidst the maniacal laughter, cracking sounds rang out. Boom, 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 boom. The entire layer of snow above them collapsed at an accelerated rate due to the impact of this wave of palm energy. It completely collapsed. The magma that originally had nowhere to go suddenly found a way and completely flooded the place in an instant. The maniacal laughter of that supreme martial artist of the Li clan continued. At this time, the magma had already drowned him, but he actually held on and used the skeleton of his right hand to tear off his left hand. He laughed and said, "Die, die." With a raise of his hand, he threw out his left hand. His entire palm exploded. Using his blood as an attack, he blasted the layer of snow again. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens, but the last layer of snow also collapsed. That supreme martial artist of the Li clan's laughter was still reverberating, but he had already disappeared from the world. It was just that his journey to the netherworld was destined not to be lonely. A series of desperate screams rang out instantly, filling the place. No matter if you were a martial saint expert, a first-grade or second-grade supreme martial artist, or a third-grade or fourth-grade supreme martial artist, or a fifth-grade or even higher, everyone's reaction was the same. In the face of this certain death disaster, no one was an exception. Under such a magma canopy, there were no blind spots in all directions. Even a second-grade supreme martial artist could only close his eyes and wait for death. There wasn't even a chance to drag anyone down with him. Everyone had to travel together in the netherworld and the netherworld. There was only the helplessness and grievance of sorrow and despair. When people took a bath in the bathhouse, they were all equally clean and smooth. There was no difference at all. But right now, there was no difference at all. In the face of certain death, no one was an exception. The magma fell rapidly and gradually rose. In just a moment, it had already drowned everyone. Then, there was another violent tremor. Then, the magma rose with a whirlpool, completely turning this canyon into a sea of magma. On the magma, a few heads opened their eyes in despair. The next moment, the magma tumbled and these few heads also disappeared without a trace. The magma above continued to fall, but its momentum was already much weaker, because the sunlight that fell from the sky was already gone. The morning sun hung weakly in the sky. It emitted a gloomy warmth. But this entire land, thousands of miles of land, had already turned into a scorching hot midsummer. No, even during the hottest days of summer, there definitely wouldn't be such a huge force. Or rather, it should be a volcanic crater. And it was the hottest volcanic crater. Crackling sounds rang continuously on the ground. That was countless layers of ice still spreading outwards and melting. The whole area was rapidly expanding outwards at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye, gradually converging into a river or a sea. Rippling waves, rippling light. In the distance, it was still covered in silver, a world of ice and snow. This place, on the other hand, was filled with clear blue waves, quiet and peaceful. Such a strange scene could be said to be the #1 wonder in the world. Not only was it unprecedented, it might not be replicated in the future. However, who would have thought that such a miraculous scene was caused by such a tragic event? Infinite water vapor rapidly gathered in the sky. Then, after a moment, the intense intersection of cold and heat actually caused lightning to flash and thunder to rumble, and hail to fall with a crackling sound. The scorching temperature of the whole world dropped rapidly after the end of the sunlight-killing trap. Diwu Qingru, Xiao Qingyu, and the rest were all dumbfounded. Lucky, they were really too lucky. Looking at the newly formed jade-green waves beneath their feet, and then looking at the boiling magma that was almost at the same level as the mountain range, everyone felt an indescribable ghastly chill rising from their heels, passing through their calves, thighs, back, and neck, all the way to the top of their heads. Everyone shuddered at the same time. Really ruthless. At the side, Wu Jueqing stood majestically in a secluded cave on the precipitous peak. He used a large piece of profound ice to seal the entrance of the cave, and even used his own power to maintain it. Lava poured down from above. Both Emo Qingwu and Chu Lu, Er's little faces were deathly pale. Dong Wushang shook his neck as if nothing had happened, and Chu Yang could still talk cheerfully at this moment. The two of them didn't take it seriously. Emole, Er's heart also skipped a beat. She said, "Wushang, you can really keep your composure." Dong Wushang was stunned. What's there to be anxious about? If it doesn't fall, there's naturally no need to worry. If Elder Wu can't block it, then there's even less need to worry. Emole, stared at him. She knew that this guy was careless, but she didn't expect him to be careless to this extent. Chu Yang laughed loudly and clapped his hands. Exactly. Wushang is so right. Emole, Emo Qingwu, and Chu Lu rolled their eyes at the same time. This Emo Tianji. He didn't even tell us in advance that he was causing such a big thing. Wu Jueqing was rather annoyed. He almost scared my disciple. When I go back, I'll settle the score with him properly. If I don't see any compensation for the mental damage, see if I can forgive that little brat. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang looked at each other, stunned. This lord is actually thinking about this kind of thing at such a time. Our nonchalant chatter and laughter obviously can't be compared. On the other side. Fuck. That bastard Emo Tianji. GMO scolded angrily. If not for the fact that this place prepared by Second Brother Gu is well hidden and deep enough, wouldn't all of us be floating in there? What a fucking trap. We're still virgins. Aoshan said, don't fucking say that. We're already lucky enough here. So what if we're floating in there? But if Rue Budong is in there, that's really ugly. A bird is already ugly enough. If he becomes a bald bird, how will he face the ancestors of the phoenix race? Everyone's faces were originally dark, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. If it were any other time, even if Rue Budong didn't have much of a heart, he would definitely be embarrassed and mock Aoshan. Unexpectedly, Rue Budong only stared at the lava in the distance, as if deep in thought. He actually didn't hear Ao Sheyun's ridicule. Everyone was a little surprised. This didn't seem like Rue Budong's character. If he heard Ao Sheyun say this in the past, the most likely thing he would do would be to fight with him. He might even be implicated. Why was he so quiet today? Was he really angry? That couldn't be, right? Rue Budong suddenly stood up. Xia Danxiong and Gu Duxing, who were working together to seal the door with ice at the entrance, were shocked. Where are you going? Chapter 1538. I'm going out to play, Rue Budong said. There was a hint of impatience and excitement in his voice. Everyone looked at him worriedly. Luo Ku Di put his hand on Rue Budong's forehead and said suspiciously, Is this guy crazy? I was just joking with you. I didn't mean any harm. If you're not happy, I'll help you say he's Azure Dragon. If you're not satisfied, we'll all say he's Azure Dragon. Get lost. Am I such a narrow-minded person? Do you think I'm you? Rue Budong slapped Luo Ku Di's hand away. He looked at the concerned gazes of his brothers and couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. He said, I said that I have an important matter to attend to. Have you forgotten? I'm from the Phoenix race. I naturally have an indescribable desire for such hot things. Plus, this kind of heat can increase my cultivation by a lot. This is an environment that can't be found in ordinary cultivation. The Phoenix's rebirth in fire is also the same. Everyone suddenly realized. Gu Duxing and Xie Danxiong let go of his hand. Rue Budong let out a shrill cry and rushed out. He rushed into the sea of lava outside. Under everyone's gaze, Rue Budong was like a phoenix flapping its wings and flying. He circled in the air and then fell 5,000 feet straight down into the deep sea of lava. Huge waves of lava splashed into the sky, sinking into the ground with a gurgling sound. GMO bit his finger and couldn't help but shiver. He said to Luo Kudi, Wolf, why do I feel that this guy is committing suicide? Why am I so worried? Luo Kudi said angrily, Don't call me Wolf. It's so corny. It's so disgusting. Bah, you're dreaming. You're a wolf, not a man. GMO said, I've always called you Wolf wrongly. Aren't you called Wolf Sword? Why don't I call you Wretched Wolf? Puff. Luo Ku Di punched GMO in the face. Suddenly, Luo Ku Di's eyes turned red. Luo Ku Di became furious. I was talking to you with good intentions. How dare you hit me? He punched back. Luo Ku Di fell backwards, and his nose started to bleed. Soon after, the two of them started to fight, rolling around on the ground. Their mouths were cursing, but their hands and feet were not idle. When they were anxious, they would simply use their teeth to bite. The battle of the century between loneliness and wolf. The show was on. The other brothers watched helplessly from the sidelines. This kind of battle of the century was not something that could be said to happen every day. Even the heavens wouldn't be able to understand if life could still be boring with these two living treasures. So lonely waves. Not good. Suddenly, Gu Duxing slapped his forehead and was about to rush out when Xie Danxiong hurriedly pulled him back. What are you doing? I'm talking about second brother Gu. Rue Budong dares to go out because he's a phoenix. But what kind of bird are you? Old second Gu. Gu Duxing was so anxious that his eyes were red. This bastard shouldn't have gone down. This is going to be ruined. This time, it's ruined. Underneath is the three light formation. Once the magma cools down, the entire mountain and the earth will become one. Even if Rue Budong isn't roasted, he's deep underground. How can he get out? When he said that, the brothers looked at each other in dismay. Yes, they were in the three lights formation now. Rue Budong had jumped into the magma so recklessly. This was really difficult to deal with. That won't do either. Xie Danxiong frowned. Even if Rue Budong is trapped inside, we can't go down. We'll only be trapped together with him. There's no effect at all. Besides, Rue Budong is fine. If you go down, you'll immediately turn into a wisp of smoke. We can only think of another way. Or let Mo Tianji go to the three lights formation immediately after the battle. Xie Danxiong said, Yes, this is the only way now. Ao Sheyun frowned deeply. Besides, we can't think of everything as the worst. Since Rue Budong dares to go down, if he doesn't have a grasp of the situation, how can he be so rash? I'm just afraid that he's been blinded by greed. Gu Duxing sighed and stomped his feet repeatedly. Xie Danqiong frowned and sighed. From this, it can also be seen that we are still lacking. If Imo Tianji or Big Brother were here, they would definitely remember these things at all times. But we, the brothers sighed in unison. No matter what, this kind of mistake must not be made again. Gu Duxing said word by word. This kind of feeling is really too torturous.
Yes.
The brothers nodded. But GMO, Luo Kadi, and Dong Wushang can be an exception. Gu Duxing glanced coldly and said, "These three fellows are brainless at all." He sighed and looked worriedly at the cooling magma sea outside. He frowned and didn't say anything. GMO and Luo Kadi, who were innocently implicated, opened their mouths wide. They grimaced, rolled their eyes, and lowered their heads. They cursed 7 or 8 times in their hearts. This second brother Gu. When Rue Budong comes out, the two of us will definitely join forces to give you a good beating. On the other side, Tan Tan and the Divine Clan experts were stunned. Pure energy of the sun. Oh my God. An elder of the Sun Clan was almost kneeling on the ground. He looked at all of this with a feverish passion, his whole body trembling. Tan Tan snorted and said, "What a good-for-nothing. Can you accept such energy of the sun if it's given to you? You overestimate yourself. What are you coveting?" Everyone kept quiet out of fear. However, Tan Tan was also thinking about something. If Imo Tianji could trigger the 3 lights to come down to the lower realm, then could he set up a small 3 lights great formation? Let this great demon king refine his demonic body, refine his demonic soul, and ascend to the level of a demon god. As he thought about it and thought about its beauty, a lewd smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of his lips. At the side, Gui Gu, who was supporting the ice against the magma single-handedly, saw this and shuddered at once. Going against his conscience, he said, "King is really too cool today." Tantan flicked his hair suavely. He pointed and said, "Even cooler than this pure energy of the sun, right?" Gui Gu weighed it very seriously and finally decided to tell the truth. He said, "Not as cool as this energy, her." Tan laughed sinisterly and said, "When the battle starts later, you'll be the first to fight." Gui Gu was stunned. The 2 tallest mountains opposite each other were originally the positions of both parties. There were also quite a number of small peaks and the like in between. But now, it was practically a flat plain. It was completely filled with magma and was slowly bubbling and gradually cooling down. However, the surrounding temperature was still maintained at the temperature of melting gold and petrification. Within a short period of time, there was no drop in temperature. Hailstones fell down madly, only raising water vapor that covered the sky. Then, they rushed up into the sky and turned into hailstones again. Chu Yang and the others were a little far away. They had already removed the ice at the entrance of the cave. A strange smell assailed their nostrils, bringing with it the coolness of hail from the sky. Imo Qingwu summoned her courage and walked to the entrance of the cave. She reached out and caught a hailstone. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "So big! This hailstone." It was actually as big as a chicken egg and was crystal clear. Chula asked sarcastically, "Big, right?" "Yes. It's really big. You haven't seen it before, right?" Very surprised, right?" Feeling that she had gained the upper hand, Chu Lu was in a great mood. She hugged Chu Yang's arm and said coquettishly, "Big brother, I miss Sister Z. When are we going to look for her?" Chu Yang coughed dryly and put on the airs of an elder brother. He said, "If you don't work hard, how are you going to look for your Sister Z in the heavenly palace? That requires cultivation, that requires conditions, that requires hard work." Chu Lu widened her big eyes in the distance. She was rather baffled. Imo Qingwu smiled gently and said to Chu Lu, "When our cultivation reaches the required level, we'll go up to look for Sister Z together." Chu Lu was discouraged. She suddenly felt that something was wrong with her in front of Imo Qingwu. The two of them were clearly about the same age, but Imo Qingwu was very graceful and magnanimous now, as if she was much, much more mature than herself, in front of her, she actually naturally felt like, I'm a little girl. This feeling made Chulu very unhappy. She said, that's my sister Z. She's also my sister-in-law, my big brother's wife. What does that have to do with you? Mo Qingwu smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. Can I take a look? Chulu was defeated. She gritted her teeth. She said heavily, I'm just afraid that Sister Z won't like to see you. Mo Qingwu said calmly, Sister Z left me a set of martial techniques before she left. She also left me a lot of good things, such as this and this. As she spoke, she took them out one by one without looking at Chulu. She then kept them. Haha, I quite like them, although I'm not as close to my sister as you are to her. Haha, actually it's nothing. Chulu was completely defeated. When Zixieqing left, she didn't leave anything for her, but so much for Mo Qingwu. She couldn't help but glare at her for a moment, but there was nothing she could say. The set of martial techniques that Sister Z left me is called Heavenly Dance. Mo Qingwu deliberately teased her. She said somewhat proudly, I heard that even in the Heavenly Palace, it's the best martial technique. Sister Z is really too nice. I miss her too. Chu Lu pursed her lips and almost burst into tears. Chu Yang shook his head somewhat helplessly. He shielded Chu Lu behind him and said, Don't bully her. It was a bit of a headache. Although Mo Qingwu's memory had recovered, her personality was more affected by this life. She was very lively, although she was also very quiet sometimes. Overall, it seemed that the personality of this life was still the dominant one. Or maybe Mo Qingwu couldn't bear to look back on her previous life, so she deliberately suppressed that personality of hers. Mo Qingwu laughed. Wu Jueqing, who was at the door, looked over with an unfriendly expression. Now, both sides of the battle were silent. The battle was temporarily stopped. The allied forces looked over, their eyes spitting fire as if they wanted to eat people alive. Li Chuanbua and the others stood at the top of the mountain, feeling the heat under their feet that hadn't cooled down. They stood facing the wind, not showing any signs of weakness. Everyone didn't speak, but everyone's hearts were filled with hatred. Once the battle started, it couldn't be anywhere else. Both sides could only fight in this place where their comrades would perish together. This thought had suddenly become the wish of both the enemy and our side. The hailstones above their heads were like rain, smashing fiercely on everyone's body. But no one dodged at all. Clouds of hot air rose from the surface of the sea of lava. The surface layer had already solidified. At the latest, by one night, this place would return to its cold state and become a battlefield. Everyone didn't want to drag on any longer. Chapter 1539. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Chuanbua stood upright at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep and his thoughts were far away. No one knew what he was thinking about. The members of the Li clan filed out one by one and stood quietly behind him. Other than the sound of their clothes rustling in the wind, there was no other sound. The line formed by the members of the Li clan grew longer and longer, and the number of people also grew larger and larger. Everyone was silent and just stood there quietly, staring at the place below. That place used to be hills, basins, and many undulating mountain ranges. But now, it was a piece of flatland. Just flatland. Or rather, it was a graveyard. The vicissitudes of life still needed the baptism of countless years, but the changes here happened in a matter of days. Yesterday's fresh life, today's wisp of smoke. It was just that simple. Wind and thunder were still raging in the sky. Hailstones continued to fall rapidly, becoming denser and denser. The size of the hailstones also became bigger and bigger. In the end, hailstones almost the size of a fist came crashing down fiercely. The place where everyone was standing was the highest point of the nearby mountain peak, almost the place closest to the sky. There was no space for shelter at all. The hailstones falling from the sky landed solidly on everyone, but no one made any movement to dodge. They were as indifferent as if the hailstones had landed on someone else. There was nothing more sorrowful than the death of the heart. The great sorrow of the heart was so painful that it penetrated the soul. What did this little bit of pain mean to them? Back then, This place was a world of ice and snow like this. Over the past 10,000 years, in order to protect this land, countless people of the Li clan have died. In this battle to protect the clan, first, 8,000 people were willing to die and die together with the enemy. Then, another 1,300 people lost their lives here. The Li clan sent out a total of 1,120 people this time. Now, 1,300 people have already died here forever. They have all gone. Their souls have left the spring, never to be seen again. Li Chuanbuo's voice was very calm and indifferent, as if he was narrating a very ordinary matter. However, when these words were spoken word by word, the eyes of everyone who heard it turned red. Many people's sobs could be heard faintly. Perhaps it may not be that they will never meet again. They are just one step ahead to fight. Tomorrow, we will also die here tomorrow. There will be no exceptions. The remaining 100 or so people here will walk the same path in the Netherworld and the Yellow Springs together. Li Chuanbuo stood with his hands behind his back. Amidst the storm and hail, his sleeves fluttered in the wind. His gaze was solemn as he said, "Back then, this old man established the Li clan all by himself. Now, I will lead you to another world. This old man still wants to be the vanguard." He sneered and said, "But this land will remember that they once had the surname Li." Yes, this land will remember that they used to be surnamed Li. Everyone roared at the same time. Although they were hit by the cold hailstones, their blood was still boiling. Li Xiongtu. Li Chuanbuo didn't even turn his head as he shouted sternly, "Here." Li Xiongtu's majestic figure took a step forward and came before Li Chuanbuo. His body was riddled with wounds. Many parts of his body were wrapped in bandages and blood was seeping out of them. "This is a battle between members of the Li clan. You are not a member of the Li clan. The Li clan does not need an outsider." Li Chuanbuo's expression was calm and unruffled. His voice was cold and harsh. "Now, get out of the Li clan. Immediately. Right now. Get out." Li Xiongtu's expression changed drastically. "Elder Master? You dare to disobey my orders. Do you need me to repeat myself?" Li Chuanbuo said coldly. "I dare not. Although I, Li Xiongtu, also have the word Li in my name, I am not really a grandson of the Li clan. Xiongtu deeply regrets this. I have received great kindness from the Li clan time and time again, but I am unable to repay it. If it was any other time, Xiongtu would not dare to hesitate in the slightest when it came to the Elder Master's orders. However, this is a time of trouble for the Li clan, a time of life and death. If Xiongtu were to avoid the battle at this time, how would he have the face to stand in this world? A real man seeks to be open and aboveboard with a clear conscience. Xiongtu's strength is low, but he is still willing to fight to the death against the enemy. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we will try our best to contend with him. Even if we can't win in the end, it's not a big deal. If we perish together with him, we will still have a chance." Li Xiongtu's expression was fierce as he said, "No matter what, I, Li Xiongtu, will definitely not be afraid of death and run away." Li Chuanbuo was silent for a moment before he said, "Idiot, can't you hear what I said? You are not running away from the battle. I am the one who chased you out of the Li clan. Can you still understand human language?" Li Xiongtu straightened his neck and said furiously, "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving." "Not leaving? Who do you think you are? How can my words be something that you can bargain with? You're even rebelling against me." Li Chuanbuo's expression turned cold. Suddenly, he raised his palm and actually struck down heavily on the top of Li Xiongtu's head. Based on Li Chuanbuo's cultivation, it was useless no matter how Li Xiongtu tried to guard against it. Furthermore, Li Xiongtu had never expected this old man to actually attack him directly. His eyes rolled back, and before he could even say anything, he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Li Chuanbuo said indifferently, "Imo Tianji, I'll leave this little one to you. He won't wake up within 3 days." Imo Tianji sighed softly and said, "All right, I understand what elderly means. Please don't worry." Li Chuanbuo was silent for a moment before he said, "Don't ever forget the agreement we made back then, in the matter of yearning. Don't ever forget." Imo Tianji nodded. "Don't worry, elderly. I definitely won't forget. I, Imo Tianji, still have this bit of credibility. Li Chuanbo nodded. That's for the best. Imo Tianji was silent for a moment before he said, Elderly, although our three lights great formation has already activated the sunlight formation, we still have the moonlight formation and starlight formation that can be used. There's still room for negotiation. After he finished speaking, he was silent for a long while before he said, Regarding Elderly's decision, we should consider it carefully. Shouldn't we consider it again? Li Chuanbo shook his head slightly. His movements were unusually light, but very firm. At this moment, it's me who doesn't want to drag this on any longer. Li Chuanbo slowly turned around and looked at his descendants. He said, Look at these people. Which one of them doesn't have thousands of years of experience? Those who have already died are more or less the grandchildren of these people. You're still young. You don't know how it feels to watch your grandchildren die in front of your eyes. This isn't something that can be explained with words. We all know that as long as you're given a certain amount of time to activate the starlight formation and moonlight formation, you might really be able to bury another batch of enemies. But do you have the confidence to annihilate all of them? Imo Tianji was silent. He said, This isn't about whether or not I have the confidence. It's about whether or not I can do it. It's too unrealistic. If it was before the sunlight killing formation was exposed, there might still be a chance. But now, yes, it's unrealistic. It's impossible. Li Chuanbo smiled sadly. Actually, the most important point is that our enemies are far from just the ones in front of us. The other party's foundation hasn't even been shaken yet. Not to mention that it's impossible to succeed. Even if we're lucky enough to kill all of them, what's the use? The Li clan still can't go against the entire upper three heavens. Also, we really can't wait any longer. Li Chuanbo smiled miserably. We can't wait to die. Below the spring, the many young men who died first must be facing many old grudges right now. Without us old fogies holding the fort, what do they have to rely on? Won't they be bullied and humiliated by others? Imo Tianji heaved a long sigh and didn't say anything else to console him. How could someone as wise as him understand the torment of these people's hearts? Watching their clansmen, juniors, and grandchildren die one by one in front of them, facing death with equanimity and heroism. Naturally, they were already mentally prepared to go on their way. Or rather, it should be said that the blood in their hearts was already burning to the extreme. If they still couldn't vent it out, they would probably burn themselves to ashes. Since that's the case, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Saying take care may be a little redundant, but I'll still say one last thing. Take care. Imo Tianji could only sigh. Li Chuanbo chuckled. Take care? I'll make one last request. If it's possible to avoid it, I hope that Lord Sword Master and the robber will not participate in this final battle. Imo Tianji said, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. I believe that even if we don't participate, the other party will definitely not let us off. Li Chuanbo nodded in understanding. That's indeed the case. He turned around and didn't say anything else. This night, there was no sleep. Everyone couldn't sleep. In the faraway base of the Li clan in the northwest, the hundreds of thousands of women and children of the Li clan also couldn't sleep. All of them, either with black hair or white hair, stood quietly on the snowy ground, quietly looking into the distance at the place where the final battle was destined to take place. They were waiting. They were praying. They were praying for the safety of their loved ones and waiting for the return of their loved ones. Some people couldn't help but cry out loud. However, someone immediately berated them. The crying stopped instantly. The crying was an ominous sign. At this moment, no ominous sign was allowed to appear. There was only a deathly silence. Everyone was waiting in this silence, hoping for a miracle. The boundless twilight once again descended upon the earth. The previously clear sky did not last for more than a few days. The sky was once again shrouded by dark clouds. The hailstones continued to fall until the second half of the night. Then, the hailstones melted into water on the hot ground, rose into the air, and returned to the sky. Once again, they condensed into frost and hailstones. In the latter half of the night, although the hailstones that fell onto the ground were still melting, the mist that could rise again gradually decreased. When dawn was about to break, the hailstones had already stopped. The ground was no longer scorching hot. A thick layer of ice crystals had formed on the ground. The light was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. Everything within a radius of thousands of miles was sealed in ice. It was as smooth as a mirror. Dawn. When a ray of sunlight appeared, the entire ice plains became infinitely beautiful due to the morning light. It was too beautiful to behold. Li Chuanbua looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. His voice reverberated for thousands of miles. He said loudly, "Second brother Shao, the road to hell is long. Can you come and send me off for the last time?" Opposite him, Shao Qinyu's voice came from afar. "I'm at the end of my road today. Second brother naturally has to send me off." Li Chuanbua laughed and said, "With second brother accompanying me, I can die without regrets." His white robe fluttered, and he suddenly floated down. Like a drifting snowflake, he rose and fell with the wind. Chapter 1540. The Life and Death Divine Saber. Chu Shanga carried an ancient, black, and colorless saber on his back as he walked down beside Li Chuanbua. The two high-ranking guards, Li Zua and Li Yu, followed closely behind. The four of them were indifferent and expressionless. Li Shangxi and the rest came after them. All of them followed behind calmly and leisurely, floating down the mountain in a single file. Many of them even had a faint smile at the corners of their mouths. That was a smile without any regrets. This scene really didn't look like they were about to go to a life and death battle. Instead, it looked like they were going to a banquet or something joyous. Finally, it was the dozen or so Li clan members who were already seriously injured. All of them supported each other and slowly walked forward while talking and laughing. When they reached Emo Tianji, they even smiled and greeted him. "Military advisor Emo, we won't meet again in this life. I hope to see you again in the next." Emo Tianji took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Have a safe journey. See you again in the next." On the opposite side, under the leadership of Shao Chunyu, more than 1,000 people from the allied army formed teams and came forward in an orderly manner. In comparison, the Li clan only had 100 or so people. They were too disorganized and undisciplined. In twos and threes, they walked slowly with their arms around each other's shoulders. There were only 100 or so people in total, but the entire formation was very long. The two sides stopped at a distance of 1,000 feet on the ice surface that was as smooth as a mirror. They stood opposite each other and looked at each other from afar. When Diwu Qingru saw the enemy's formation, he let out a long sigh and floated out from the team. He stood alone at one side and didn't move at all. In this battle, there was no place for him to use his skills, because the other party was obviously here to die. Their only purpose was to die in battle. Nothing was a big deal except death. If even death wasn't a big deal, then there really wasn't a big deal. This was the purest battle that lived up to its name. If he still had to participate in commanding the battle at this time, he would be too much of a bully and wouldn't be able to live with his conscience. On the battlefield, there was nothing that could be unscrupulous. However, one had to consider the occasion, place, and time. It was always necessary to leave the enemy with the last bit of dignity. Let them have a battle with dignity. Let them go on their way without regrets. In addition, Diwu Qingro also discovered that there was a white-clothed young man standing alone in a distant place of the opposite party's camp. His white robe was fluttering in the wind. He should have been an otherworldly person. However, he was shrouded in a strange atmosphere at this moment. It was a kind of indescribable desolation and bleakness. The whereabouts of this person was another important reason why Diwu Qingro had decided not to intervene in this battle. At the crucial moment when the final battle was about to begin, the two peerless strategists, intentionally or unintentionally, withdrew from their commanding positions. In this battle, only death was left. There was no need for commands. There was no need for wisdom. All that was needed was a wild beast's bite. When Diwu Qingro had discovered Emo Tianji had also discovered him. Both of them hesitated for a moment. Then, both of them started to walk towards each other. On the stage, Li Chuanbua and Shao Qinyu were talking. No one knew what they were talking about. The two of them did not listen because it was not important anymore. As they got closer and closer, they were already within the range of each other's attacks. However, neither of them stopped and continued forward. 10 meters. This was a distance that could make one half live and half die. The two of them finally stopped and stood facing each other. Mo Tianji? Diwu Qingro? Haha, her. This was the first time the two of them had met. The first time they had spoken. The first time the two of them had spoken face-to-face was actually at a time when they had originally thought that the commanding would be in a fluster during the decisive battle. The affairs of the world were mysterious. They were greatly unexpected, but not necessarily unreasonable. I've lost this battle. Lin Fan's eyes widened. I have lost. Both of them admitted defeat at the same time, almost at the same time. Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. I am the one who has lost. You wiped out close to 50% of the Allied forces' combat power with an absolutely weak military force. If not for that little accident, perhaps the Allied forces would have already been completely wiped out. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, I am impressed. I am extremely impressed. Mo Tianji smiled and said, speaking of accidents, more than 50% of my gains came from accidents. The only thing that I can be proud of is the power of that strange formation. It is not my own strength. I am sincerely convinced of my defeat in this battle. Diwu Qingro said seriously, but regarding these ancient battle formations, I really do not know as much as you do. On the battlefield, not knowing, not understanding, and not understanding is already enough to determine victory and defeat. Mo Tianji said, but in terms of scheming, ruthlessness, decisiveness, and so on, I am not as good as you. The merciful cannot lead an army. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, that is because you have the heart. He smiled self-deprecatingly and said, but I have no heart. When the two of them had just met, it seemed like they were flattering each other. However, in reality, both of them knew that what the other said was very reasonable. This was not boasting but the truth. It was undeniable. If either of them denied or acquiesced, they would be looked down upon by the other. At this moment, Diwu Qingro said, you have the heart, I have no heart. This sentence was not only a conclusion but also a reason. Mo Tianji pondered for a while and said, perhaps that is the case. The two of them laughed at the same time. The two of them were each other's greatest enemies. Their wisdom could be said to be brilliant. They should have been incompatible like fire and water and could not live under the same sky. However, at this moment, when they met and talked, they were like old friends who were extremely familiar with each other. They talked tirelessly without any wariness. Both of them knew that the so-called wariness, vigilance, and scheming were completely useless in front of this person in front of them. The two commanders were people who had already reached the top. Their conversation at this moment was the most honest and simple. What they said was the truth from the bottom of their hearts. It was hard to find a confidant in life. Being able to meet each other was a great fate. How could they not take advantage of this opportunity to talk things out? You said that you lost because the number of Allied forces that I destroyed exceeded your initial estimation. Therefore, you think that you have lost. Mo Tianji said, also, the final battle is about to begin. An army that is completely unafraid of death is extremely terrifying. Therefore, they will definitely continue to be exhausted. In fact, they will be exhausted even more. Just from this point alone, you have indeed lost. Diwu Qingro nodded. Yes, regarding this, I have nothing to say. He smiled and said, you think that you have lost because your initial strategy and ultimate goal were not achieved. It was far from the expected result. However, my strategic goal has already been achieved. Therefore, what you are looking at is the final result. From this point of view, the one who has lost is you. Mo Tianji pondered for a while and smiled. Yes, regarding this point, the ending is already the best explanation. Speaking of their ultimate goal, it had nothing to do with whether the Li clan was destroyed or not. It was not wrong to say that it had nothing to do with it at all. Mo Tianji wanted to cause chaos. He wanted to exhaust the strength of the big clans as much as possible. At the same time, he wanted to actively suppress Diwu Qingro's forces so that the Diwu clan would not have the chance to become the strongest clan. The first half could be considered a success. Although it was not a complete success, it was still a success. The second half, although there were some gains, it was not really a success. As for Diwu Qingro's goal, firstly, was to defeat Emotionji, the legendary think tank. Secondly, it was to establish the Diwu clan. Even if it could not be established, it should at least be in its embryonic form. However, based on the results so far, he had not defeated Emotionji in a real sense. However, after the war in the northwest, the rise of the Diwu clan was already unstoppable. Even if Emotionji and Chuyang wanted to stop it, there was nothing they could do in the short term. The first half was a failure and the second half was a success. As the two talked, they did not care about their image anymore. They simply sat side by side and began to comment on the gains and losses since the beginning of the war. This was simply a phenomenon that was so strange that it could make one's hair stand on end. Two enemies who were completely opposite of each other, two people who shouldn't be living together peacefully, just sat side by side quietly. At this moment, there was no difference between them at all. No, it should be a discussion without any distance between them. They might even be arguing, talking, or crying. This scene that should not have existed at all appeared so strangely and harmoniously. Diwu Qingrou's courage could be said to be quite amazing. His cultivation was not just a little bit weaker than Mo Tianji's. If Mo Tianji wanted to kill Diwu Qingrou now, it would be as easy as flipping his hand because he could do it with a flip of his hand. However, Mo Tianji did not make a move, although he could get rid of this lifelong enemy with a wave of his hand. In the end, the two actually began to discuss the gains and losses. Up until now, this battle had been very thrilling. Tens of thousands of top experts rushed to the northwest. This was the first large-scale joint operation of the great clans in the heavenly layer in 10,000 years. Diwu Qingrou had given up countless times. He had given up more than tens of thousands of saint-level experts. This was definitely a huge investment. As for Mo Tianji, he had used billions of purple crystals to pave the way. Along the way, he had used all kinds of mysterious formations to destroy clans. He had used hundreds of thousands of lives to carry out this battle that was already destined to end. He had done it even though he knew that it was impossible. In the end, he had gained a lot. Although he had lost control of the battle due to human factors, it was not his own fault. The huge investment that the two of them had made was too much to mention. However, the two of them did not talk about these at all. The main purpose of their discussion was to talk about each other's hearts and minds. From every battle and the situation of every battle, they could speculate about each other's state of mind, and mood at that time. The two of them argued for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. This conclusion made the two of them sigh. They were really powerless to change it. Even if we were to do it again, I'm afraid the result would be the same if we disregarded human factors. This was the conclusion that Diwu Qingrou gave. Mo Tianji expressed his agreement. If we really want to determine the victor between us, it will take a long time. Perhaps we will have to wait for decades or even centuries. Wait until you have accumulated some experience in war and the wisdom of the world. Then, your temperament will settle down as you grow older. Diwu Qingrou said, "If you can win at that time, I will lose without a doubt." Mo Tianji nodded. Chapter 1541. In the end, you and I are both people who can achieve our goals by fair means or foul. Persevering and decisive, we are the same. But there is still a significant difference. So, I have already gone to the extreme, but you still have room for improvement. Diwu Qingrou sighed. Mo Tianji said, "Indeed, your path may not be as you say, that you have already reached the extreme, but there is not much room for improvement. And I still have unlimited possibilities. In the future, I will definitely surpass you. Because I have no bottom line, but you do." Diwu Qingrou looked up at the sky and sighed. He was both unwilling and convinced. Mo Tianji also took a deep breath and then sighed deeply. In the past, the situation had changed a few times, and there were new talents in every generation. Your victory is in the future. I can sacrifice anyone in the world, including myself, including everyone in the Diwu clan, in exchange for the result I want. Diwu Qingrou said, "But you can't do it. This is where you are lacking in my eyes. Mo Tianji, the current you is not even as good as Diwu Qingrou. But because you can't do it, you still have feelings in your heart, and there are too many things you can't give up. So, you still have unlimited space. The future Diwu Qingru will never be able to keep up with Mo Tianji. Because I can give up anything, I have already reached the extreme. So, if you still want to move forward, it will be difficult for me to keep up with you. Mo Tianji said, yes. So, in the long run, you are not as good as me. Diwu Qingru smiled lightly. Unfortunately, your future is not here, and I don't want to leave anymore. I can't leave, and I have no reason to leave. So, you are still unique and unmatched, right? Mo Tianji laughed. Just at this moment, there was suddenly a violent explosion. The two of them looked up at the same time. The first meeting, the first exchange, the first heart-to-heart talk between the two great wise men was broken for the first time. The fierce battle had officially begun. The 100 or so people on the Li clan side were really insignificant in front of the 1,000, or so people on the other side. The allied forces were also full of resentment. Of those who died here, which one of them wasn't a fellow cultivator? Which one of them wasn't a soulmate who had accompanied them for hundreds or thousands of years? Now, all of a sudden, he had died an unnatural death. Heaven and man were separated forever, and he was a stranger in the netherworld. Which one of them wasn't filled with grief and indignation? His eyes were already bloodshot, and he was secretly accumulating his power, ready to kill at any moment. At this moment, when they saw that the Li clan had actually come over without any organization or formation, all of them were filled with even more hatred. The brutality in their hearts also rose abruptly. You're courting death. Almost from the very beginning of the battle, they were already risking their lives to kill. Fight to the end. Fight to the death. Nothing would happen except death. The real decisive battle began when a supreme martial artist of the Li clan sacrificed himself and self-destructed. This supreme martial artist of the Li clan could be said to have had a rather unlucky year. His entire family might have suffered some kind of vicious curse. The women all died before they were even a few decades old. Only a large number of sons and grandsons were left. Now, at this moment, all the men in his family had already died in the previous battle. Most of them had chosen to perish together with the enemy. Completely disheartened, this old man no longer wanted to live anymore. Therefore, before Li Chuanbua and Li Xiangxi could even give the order, he had already charged out with a maniacal laugh, throwing himself into the enemy's allied forces like a cannonball. Then, there was a crazy and violent explosion, causing an empty space to appear in the allied forces' formation. There were also countless pieces of flesh and blood that shot out in all directions. Roar! Li Xiangxi's eyes turned red instantly. A low roar came from his throat, and he took the lead and charged out like a shooting star, charging straight into the enemy's formation. Behind him, all the Li clan members gritted their teeth and charged forward without a word. In the final decisive battle, the Li clan members who were completely at a disadvantage actually didn't make any sounds of killing. They just charged forward silently like a bunch of mutes and fought in silence. At this moment, the Li clan members only had killing in their minds. Even a cough would be a waste of energy, let alone a loud exhale. Did he ask you to be on guard? Saber light poured down like waterfalls, sword light like streaks of lightning across the sky. Blood-red light soared into the sky, and the smell of blood instantly spread for thousands of miles. Such a cruel and bloody battle was actually happening in such a silent manner, but with the fiercest momentum, it erupted with a loud bang. Xiao Qinyu rose into the air. His sword emitted sword aura that was hundreds of feet long, sweeping through the entire place. He shouted loudly, "Tribulation Sword Master, aren't you going to join the battle?" Li Chuanbua got up and said with a smile, "Second brother Xiao, you'd better send me off first. It won't be too late to find trouble with the sword master later." With a paw sound, cracks appeared in the air. A sword with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. It gave off a cold, lightning-like glow. As his long beard fluttered in the wind, the sword was already in front of Xiao Chunyu. A round sword light suddenly poured down like the Milky Way from the heavens, shooting toward Xiao Chunyu. On the other side, Life and Death Divine Saber Chu Xianggu also rushed toward Xiao Qinyu with dazzling saber light around him. Since Li Chuanbua didn't want to live anymore, then he, as a brother of life and death, naturally had to accompany him in life and death. Speaking of brothers who were strangers in life and death, were they still brothers? Xiao Qinyu's sword flashed, and two Xiao Qinyus appeared in midair at the same time. One swung his sword and slashed at Li Chuanbo furiously, while the other slashed at Chu Xianggu. He shouted, "Since that's the case, I'll send you off first before I settle the score with the Tribulation Sword Master." In the blink of an eye, the three of them were already engaged in a chaotic battle. With a loud boom, saber light and sword aura shot out together, and a series of screams came from below. Li Chuanbo was completely indifferent to this. He raised his sword and attacked again. Diwu Qingru sighed and said, "Brother Mo, if fate allows, the Tianding Grand Meeting will be the time for us to fight again." Mo Tianji smiled. "Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid we are destined to be fated. This battle may really be unavoidable." "It's a foregone conclusion." Diwu Qingru smiled. "Heavenly layer versus extraterrestrial demon. This idea can't be realized. The selfishness of the big clans will cause you to choose to destroy them. Therefore, you and I will have to fight eventually. Who knows who will belong to that battle?" Waving his hand elegantly, Diwu Qingru turned and walked in the direction he came from. He left in a carefree manner, as if the 10,000-man battlefield in front of him was just a meaningless sacrifice. He didn't care at all. Mo Tianji stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching Diwu Qingru leave. His right hand clenched into a fist behind his back, and his eyes flashed. He actually wanted to kill Diwu Qingru at this time. Once the opportunity to get rid of this threat was lost, it would be hard to find another. But in the end, he didn't attack. He didn't want to attack. With a flash, Chu Yang and the others appeared beside him. Chu Yang asked, "How was it?" Mo Tianji said, "A very scary person, a very respectable opponent. He is not as despicable and shameless as the rumors say. Instead, he has a kind of unscrupulous belief in the winner and the loser. It's very strange, very contradictory, very. He's different from a real villain, but he's definitely not a hypocrite. Unscrupulous belief in the winner and the loser." Chu Yang murmured and repeated. He said, "That's right. Diwu Qingru is such a person. This description is very vivid." "Boss, are we really not participating in the battle?" Dong Wushang was eager to try. "We have to fulfill a few wishes of the Li clan. The first is Li Shangxi, and the second is the women and children of the Li clan." Chu Yang sighed. "Tianji, have you ever thought that we'll end up in such a deep quagmire after using others?" Mo Tianji laughed bitterly. "Because we're still not Diwu Qingru after all." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Perhaps this is the true meaning of existence as a human. This is human nature." Mo Tianji nodded and said thoughtfully, "Everything can be sacrificed. After all, this is the means of an ambitious person. I, Mo Tianji, think of myself as an ambitious person, but when it comes to it, I can't be as cruel and carefree as him." Chu Yang nodded and said deeply, "This is where you beat him." The Allied forces were suddenly affected by the self-detonation and were slightly confused. However, they regained their footing in an extremely short period of time and immediately counterattacked. Like a tide, they drowned all the Li clan experts in the crowd. The two sides had only just clashed and dozens of people had already died. Saber light was like a forest and sword energy was like rain. Saber light was fatal and sword energy was chasing after souls. Almost as soon as Li Shangxi and the rest entered, they were immediately separated. However, no one was afraid at all. They fought with all their might. Everyone was here to die anyway. If they fought with their lives on the line, killing one was enough. If they killed a few more, they would be able to profit. One by one, the Li clan experts rushed into the enemy's dense battle circle and exploded. Strong and violent shock waves wreaked havoc everywhere. However, no one cared anymore. Everyone on both sides had already killed until their eyes were red. Although there were very few enemies, each and every one of them was a super desperado. Furthermore, those who could survive until now were all extremely powerful experts and sly old foxes. Whether it was in terms of eyesight or reaction, they were all above average. Naturally, they also had the capital to fight with their lives. Therefore, even when they chose to self-detonate, they were also above average. They could tell at a glance whether they could kill the enemies in front of them or not. If they could, of course, they would wait until they killed these few before self-detonating. If they couldn't and were only going to be killed, then they would naturally self-detonate without any hesitation. Of course, it would be best if they could make it to the area where the enemy was densely packed. For a moment, there was a series of loud booms. Dead bodies appeared one after another. The next moment, they were blasted away by another wave of explosions. The Li clan's 120 people were decreasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there were still 100 of them. But in the blink of an eye, there might already be less than 500 left. Every moment, countless people died. Chapter 1542. Li Shangxi's side could be said to be the most stable and also the safest link. However, this stability and safety were also relative. Li Zhua and Li Yu, the two beginner-level experts, were by his side. These two were Li Chuanbua's personal guards, assigned by Li Chuanbua to his son during the final battle to ensure his safety. This was the last bit of effort that Li Chuanbua could do for his son. The Li clan was already finished. He had once destroyed his son's lifelong happiness with his own hands. If in the end, he couldn't even fulfill his son's longing, Li Chuanbua would die with everlasting regret. Li Shangxi and the other two were exceptionally strong, forming the most stable iron triangle. Charging back and forth in the enemy's formation, Li Zhua and Li Yu's faces were as hard as stone. They didn't show the slightest bit of emotion and just continued to kill. Before the trio's powerful strength, the number of experts of the allied forces who had died in their hands had already exceeded 100, and this number was still rising continuously. The crowd surged, and a few unusually strong auras came head-on. At once, a cautious look appeared on the trio's faces. The beginner-level supreme martial artists, hidden in the enemy's formation, had finally started to target them. The crowd suddenly parted. Individuals appeared from 3 directions. Without a word, they flew up, their sabers and swords forming a fan shape, as if connecting heaven and earth into one, pressing down madly. The 3 beginner-level supreme martial artists from the law enforcement officers and the 3 beginner-level supreme martial artists from the various superclans had joined forces to attack. The eyes of Li Shangxi and the other two were completely red. They didn't dodge or avoid, but went head-on. With a loud boom, blood oozed out of everyone's mouths and noses at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, everyone was knocked to the ground by the aftershock of the impact. Screams of agony rose and fell. Those were the subconscious screams of the combatants from both sides when they were being slaughtered. On this battlefield, such screams were the least valuable. There were also desperate and heroic laughs from time to time. That was the prelude to the Li clan experts' self-destruction. After every long laugh, there would be a loud boom. It was rare to see supreme martial artists self-destructing, but today, it was as common as cabbages. It didn't cost a single cent, and one could enjoy watching. Under normal circumstances, the self-destruction of a supreme martial artist was enough to destroy the terrain here. However, with so many people and such a powerful explosion, not even a white spot appeared on the ground, as smooth as a mirror. The entire battlefield had turned into a boiling ocean, an ocean formed by the convergence of blood. More than 100 people against more than 1,000 people. With such a huge disparity between the two sides, there was no comparison between the two sides. However, the smoke of war was everywhere, and the flames of war were everywhere. It was so intense that it was hard to believe. One of the supreme martial artists of the Li clan shouted loudly. As he ruthlessly stabbed his sword into his enemy's heart, his left palm faced the other enemy, striking out separately. In the clash of palm forces, he was naturally at a disadvantage and suffered internal injuries instantly. A mouthful of blood had already surged to the side of his lips, but he forcefully swallowed it back. Instead of retreating to dissipate the force, he advanced instead, smashing his grizzled head into the enemy's head like a mad tiger. With a crack, both of their heads were bleeding at the same time, and they staggered back. This collision was really done with all their strength. Apart from the cracking of their heads, even their brains spilled out. As he retreated, 3 swords pierced deeply into his body from different directions. He laughed tragically and actually accelerated his retreat, crashing into the chest of one of the enemies. Crack, crack. The enemy's sword behind him was stuck in his abdomen, and a few of his ribs were actually broken by this collision. Despite his heavy internal and external injuries, he continued to fight. The sword in his hand flew out and actually pierced through the chest of an expert of the Allied forces in front of him. When his hands were free, he forcefully flipped over and hugged the enemy's head with a ferocious smile. With a forceful twist, the sword stuck in his body was broken by this twist of his. Puff, puff, puff. Another 7 to 8 weapons slashed into his body like cutting vegetables. He was covered in wounds, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, as if he didn't feel any pain, he still forcefully twisted his body. The blood, flesh, and bones on his body were all leaving his body piece by piece, but he finally managed to twist the enemy's head off. That supreme martial artist of the Li clan held the enemy's head in his hand and roared into the sky. You want to destroy the Li clan? I'll eat you. Who asked you to destroy the Li clan? I'll eat you. I'll eat you. He actually really brought the head to his mouth and chewed on it. His mouth was full of blood. It was the blood of the enemy, but also his own blood. He looked miserable, like a ferocious ghost. Judging from his injuries, both internal and external were already very heavy. His internal organs were all damaged. With such injuries, even if he died 3 to 5 times, he could still persevere and not die. The only thought in his mind was to kill the people who wanted to destroy the Li clan, to devour the enemy's flesh and blood, and to protect his home. Everyone watching from the side, regardless of their cultivation level, all felt a chill run down their spines and their hair stand on end. Another round of sword light flew past, and the entire body of this Li clan expert turned into minced meat all over the ground. Even his head was no exception. Only that mouthful of eerie white teeth were still glaring menacingly at the sky, biting onto that human head with a death grip, never letting go. Old Fifth. Ha ha ha. Good death. A 7th grade supreme martial artist of the Li clan laughed maniacally. He roared tragically, worthy of being the seed of the old. Good death. Good death. You didn't embarrass the old. Your spirit won't be far away. Remember forever. Your surname is fucking Li. Ha ha ha. The supreme martial artist who had just died in the battle was his 5th son. This old man laughed wildly as he walked over with his body riddled with scars. Wherever he passed, the crowd would scatter to the sides to avoid him. This kind of unstoppable momentum made people not dare to block his sharpness. Even the experts of the same level couldn't help but give way. Such power and influence shocked everyone present. The old man came over in a frenzy and stood upright on top of his son's flesh. He reached out his hand and grabbed the remaining half of his son's head. He laughed loudly and said, "How can this bastard be worthy of being with you?" With a smack, he dug out the broken head in his son's mouth and smashed it into fine powder. Then, he spun around. Silver light flashed all over his body, but countless broken swords and blades shot out from all parts of his body. Screams sounded continuously all around. That elder's spinning body suddenly stopped, and he started to take a deep breath. His stomach suddenly bulged. That was the sign of self-destruction. He's going to self-destruct. Quick, kill him quickly. Everyone, let's join forces and stop him. The 7th grade supreme martial artist of the Allied forces roared and took the lead to rush over. The elder laughed loudly. If he wants to self-destruct, then so be it. Can you stop him? Join forces and attack together? Why aren't you here yet? Come quickly, huh? Come and join me on the road. Facing the countless swords and sabers coming at him, he advanced instead of retreating. He jumped up, and the swords and sabers above his head were like a forest in rain. Just like that, he flew up against the countless swords and sabers without dodging. He looked up at the sky and roared, "Son, wait for me on the road to the netherworld. Wait for me to open the way for you. Our family will gather in the netherworld and follow the Elder Master to rebuild the Li clan. The grandson of the Li clan will walk the same path in life and death." Amidst the endless maniacal laughter, the elder hugged half of his son's head and fell into the dense crowd of the Allied forces like a meteorite exploding with a loud bang. A large number of screams sounded immediately. After the elder self-destructed, he actually cleared out a large area with him as the core. That elder's maniacal laughter seemed to still reverberate in the air, lingering in the air. Good. Third uncle, good job. Your nephew is here too. Another loud roar sounded, and another person soaked in blood leaped high into the air. How many sins have I committed? If there is a next life, I will atone for them. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. At this moment, the Li clan seemed to have gone completely mad, slashing with sabers, slashing with swords, and when they had no more weapons, they used their hands, fists, and finally, teeth to bite. They were like a group of beasts that were surrounded. At this moment when the clan was about to be destroyed, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, using as much as possible to exchange for as many casualties as possible for the enemy. The destruction of the Li clan was already a foregone conclusion. This was something that both the enemy and friend had long understood. But destruction was destruction. A foregone conclusion was a foregone conclusion. How to die and how to die was completely different. Dying heroically in battle and dying together with the enemy was the most glorious way to die. It was also the last glory that the Li clan could enjoy. This glory was firmly grasped by them. They would never abandon it. They would never give up. What was truly inconceivable was that in this battle, those who showed cowardice and cowardice were actually all the experts of the Allied forces who had an overwhelming advantage in terms of both numbers and strength. Actually, to say that it was inconceivable wasn't necessarily so. Other than death, there was no big deal. The Li clan didn't fear death at all. In fact, they had even come here to seek death. To them, death was just an inevitable outcome today. However, those experts of the Allied forces were all afraid of death. In fact, the more powerful they were, the more afraid they were of death. Having lived for a long time, the longer they lived, the more afraid they were of death. How could those who were afraid of death compete with those who weren't afraid of death? Even if they were superior in terms of numbers and strength, their imposing manner, especially those who didn't hesitate to die for the sake of destroying the enemy, couldn't be compared at all. Looking at all the battles in the past 10,000 years, no matter if they were famous or not, they had never seen such a tragic battle. At the last moment of their lives, the Li clan members seemed to have been possessed by ferocious beasts and evil spirits. Facing death, which used to make one's face pale at the mention of it, today, it became so common that it even made one yearn for it. In the past, when one of them died, the entire clan would mourn and cry bitterly. But now, every time one of them died, the remaining Li clan members who were still alive actually seemed to have taken drugs and were once again moved as if they had received supreme glory. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Good death! Our Li clan members deserve to die like this. Take care, fellow clansmen. I'll be there in a moment." Awesome! This is the real men of the Li clan. Li clan members. Li clan guts. Li clan hun. The further they went, the more the Li clan members roared and charged towards the enemy. They were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Facing the crushing attacks of the enemy, they cheered as if they were victors, charging towards the enemy, charging towards death. Fearless. Li clan members. Li clan guts. Li clan hun. Every time this roar rang out, it would be accompanied by at least one person who would turn into a loud explosion. Chapter 1543. Although there were many people in the Allied army, and the survivors on the Li clan side were decreasing rapidly, from the initial 100 people to less than 10 people now, they were still charging forward with a roar, ready to die at any time. In the Allied army, many people were terrified by the fighting spirit of the enemy in front of them. A surefire encirclement and suppression had unexpectedly turned out to be so tragic. There was really no way to fight this battle. It was completely different from a normal battle. There were no rules to speak of in a battle between martial artists. In a battle between martial artists, one could look at their own cultivation, experience, performance on the battlefield, and even taking risks and using underhanded tactics. All of these could be considered as clues. But in today's battle, The other party was risking his life right from the start. Just the sound of him asking for death first was enough to make everyone terrified. There was also the risk of mutual destruction. It was a piece of cake to injure oneself before injuring the enemy. If that was all, it would be fine. Everyone would attack together so that the other party wouldn't have a chance to fight back. But if they all attacked together, it would be exactly what they wanted. The other party would self-destruct and die with them. Self-destructing had always been a martial artist's last resort. Once self-destructed, it would also be accompanied by a powerful destructive force. Even a low-level martial artist could hurt a high-level martial artist. If it was against an opponent of the same level, it would have the terrifying effect of killing in one blow. But once self-destructed, it was equivalent to completely erasing all traces of one's existence. For any martial artist, even if they counted their life experiences, they might not have seen one self-destruct. Today was an eye-opener. One after another, self-destructing, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Many people in the Allied army were praying in their hearts, "This battle, please end quickly." After it ended, the elder returned home and immediately went into seclusion. He would never come out again. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely go crazy on the spot. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would be scared to death. The elder had been in the martial world for so long. Why hadn't he realized that this martial world was actually so dangerous? It was so unfamiliar. No one would want to face such an enemy, no matter who it was. To be honest, they couldn't face it either. If they did, they could only perish together. Regardless of whether they were active or passive, it was the same. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was death and life. The Allied army that started with more than 1,000 people was now left with less than 1,500 people. The number of casualties was double that of the enemy. All of a sudden, a hoarse howl pierced through the air. The charge at the front abruptly stopped. The remaining 77 members of the Li clan who were surrounded and attacked suddenly stopped altogether. The people besieging them had long been on guard, fearing that there was something fishy going on. Seeing them stop, they inexplicably stopped as well, and even took a few steps back. It wasn't just one or two people who did this, but all the people who participated in the besieging did the same, almost in unison. A short silence ensued. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely strange, both on the Alliance Army's side and the Li clan side. A hoarse voice laughed and said, "It seems like we are the only ones left. Do you want to make a big move? So that I won't be lonely." The 70 people shouted excitedly with red eyes, "Good, good. What a big deal. What a big deal. Let's travel together." Actually, what do we count for? Previously, more than 8,000 people self-destructed at the same time. Only then could it be considered spectacular. So what if there are 77 of us here? The old voice laughed out loud and roared, "I wonder if we can become even more powerful. Explode. Explode. Ha ha ha." The old voice that spoke last was an 8th grade supreme martial artist from the Li clan. None of the Li clan members who could survive at this moment were simple. They were all elites among elites. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight until now in such a fierce battle. But the old man suddenly shouted, "Everyone, get ready, roar." The 70 people roared together. Although only 70 people shouted together, the momentum at this moment was as shocking as hundreds of thousands of people shouting together. The few 8th grade supreme martial artists in front of them made a prompt decision and retreated at the same time. Everyone's faces were pale. They were very glad that they retreated a few steps just now, fearing that there was a trap, and even restrained their cultivation to protect themselves. What a joke. 77 high-level supreme martial artists self-destructing at the same time. That power. If they went up, they would be nothing more than scapegoats. There was absolutely no way they could survive. There are still many people around. The few of us old men won't accompany you. And once this thought arose, it spread in an instant. No one was stupid. Everyone knew when to advance and when to retreat. The road to death was not easy to walk. It was as good as living happily in the human world. For a moment, the Allied forces completely ignored everything and dispersed, leaving the 77 people behind. Attack from a distance. Stop the Li clan from self-destructing. The 8th grade supreme martial artist who retreated first was Miao Zhendong. In order to hide his cowardice, he fled at the last minute, roaring loudly and proposing a strategy, trying to deceive himself. What he meant was, I'm not escaping, but I'm better at killing the enemy. Haha. The 77 people of the Li clan laughed together, their laughter full of indescribable mockery and ridicule. This is a big clan? This is a law enforcement officer? Ha ha ha. Escape? Where are you going? Then, under the leadership of that 8th grade supreme martial artist, they all charged forward together. They rushed out rapidly. Northwest Heaven, Li Clan. Cold Frost Day, Li Clan's Guts. Icy Snow Plains, Li Clan's Soul. Today's battle will shock the heavens and earth. Today's death will shake the past and present. The old voice recited with a solemn smile on his face. Smile, yes. That kind of bold smile. A kind of joy of completely overwhelming the enemy in terms of momentum. We may be few in number, but we're not afraid of death. This is confidence. The 77 people roared at the same time. Northwest Heaven, Li Clan. Cold Frost Sun, Li Clan's Guts. Icy Snow Plains, Li Clan's Soul. The joint attack of the 77 people was like a huge, sharp arrow, shooting out from the bow and rushing toward the Allied forces. Everywhere it passed, the Allied forces actually scattered and fled without any resistance. Everyone knew that as long as this bunch of people entered a densely populated area, they would immediately self-destruct. At this moment, who would dare to form any kind of encirclement formation? Wouldn't that be cooperating with the other party and going to hell together? These guys are afraid that they can't drag us down with them, yet we still want to join in? Do we have such a good relationship with them? After the sudden, awkward silence on the battlefield, an even stranger scene played out again. Apart from the other two scattered battlefields, the largest battlefield actually started to win with a few people. Or rather, it was not appropriate to say that they were winning with a few people. It should be said that they were catching up with a few people. A small group of 77 people chased a large group of 5,000 people and fled in all directions, fleeing pathetically. This situation was like a tiger chasing a pack of wolves, or a shepherd dog chasing a flock of lambs on the grassland, or like a young girl chasing ducks, fleeing pathetically. That 8th grade supreme martial artist from the Li clan indeed didn't want to live anymore. He had the will to die, which was why he called for the formation of this formation. His original intention was indeed to die together with the enemy. However, before he could complete his self-detonation, such an unexpected result occurred. This was also greatly unexpected to everyone. This was really a case of intentionally planted flowers not blossoming, but unintentionally planted willows growing. As he continued to roar, Northwest Heaven, Li Clan, to create an extremely tragic atmosphere, he led these 77 people to maneuver freely in the enemy's formation, killing to their heart's content. For a moment, they actually had the upper hand. Now, it was not to catch up with the enemy and self-destruct, but to kill the enemy with all their might in this place of endless advantage. If you run, I'll chase. If you turn around, I'll self-destruct. Damn it, who's afraid of who? Xiao Chunyu, who was fighting in the air, didn't fall into a disadvantageous position even when facing two experts alone. He had the spare energy to pay attention to the changes in the other battle situations, but he might as well not have the time to care about himself. Seeing the sudden phenomenon in front of him, the appearance of such an unbelievable battle situation made him so angry that his nose almost went crooked. What was this? With almost 100 times the number of people, they were being chased like ducks by a small group of a few dozen people. Could it be any uglier? Energy would energy? Bastards! What exactly are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? Xiao Qinyu roared furiously while dealing with Li Chuanbua and Chu Xianggu. Xiao Jingyan, you're still running. Why aren't you stopping them? In a battle between experts, the most important thing was to be distracted. Xiao Qinyu's strength was tyrannical. Even when facing Li Chuanbua and Chu Xianggu, he could still handle them with ease. But at this moment, seeing the strange changes in the battle situation, his blood and qi churned, and he was actually forced into a disadvantageous position by the two. Xiao Jingyan, whose name was called by Xiao Chunyu, was the second person on the Xiao clan side. He was naturally not stupid. In the beginning, He believed that these people from the Li clan were going to self-destruct. Because today's self-destructions were not just one or two, but hundreds. If these 70-odd people in front of him really self-destructed at the same time, the power would really be difficult to withstand. But now, even without Xiao Qinyu's reminder, he could tell. This seemed to be the enemy's tactic. He raised his arm and roared, "Brother Yi, if this goes on, the situation will be very disadvantageous. Let's make a move to stop them." Yi Xiaoyao had some misgivings. He said, "That's not appropriate. It's really too risky. Why don't we wait for them to self-destruct and then clean up the mess?" This was bullshit. Bullshit to deceive oneself. They were now beating a drowning dog, and it was a drowning dog that didn't resist at all. Why would they self-destruct for no reason? Seeing that the formation of the Allied forces was on the verge of collapse, if they delayed any longer, it would be impossible to restore the encirclement. And the most serious point was that their warrior hearts were already shattered. If they couldn't make a prompt decision, the 70-odd people in front of them might completely reverse the situation. When that time really came and these 70-odd people fought their way out of the encirclement and escaped from the northwest, the damage they could cause would be too terrifying. These were the elites of the Li clan. If they hid their tracks and waited for an opportunity to counterattack, then the consequences. This won't do. If this goes on, our previous sacrifices will be in vain. Xiao Jingyin led the experts of the Xiao clan and took the lead to charge out head-on. Yi Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and finally followed behind. "Go. Gather all our forces and get rid of them at the first instant." Chapter 1544. Lan Mofeng frowned and said, "Everyone, don't act rashly." The remaining people of the Lan clan all obeyed and didn't act rashly. This was Diwu Qingrou's order. No matter how they fought, they must definitely not do anything risky. They would rather miss the opportunity than take unnecessary risks. For the Lan clan now, every bit of combat power was precious. Besides, it didn't belong to the Lan clan now, but to Diwu Qingrou's main force. How could they lose it so easily? With the Xiao clan and Yi clan taking the lead, Miao Zhendong and the other law enforcement experts also moved and charged forward. Firstly, Miao Zhendong was more or less embarrassed. After all, he was the one who retreated first but caused such a huge loss. And in the end, the other party was just bluffing. Secondly, the Xiao clan and Yi clan had already charged forward head-on. It wouldn't be right if he didn't move. Besides, he wasn't facing them head-on, so the risk was definitely much lower. In an instant, over 2,000 people surrounded them from all directions, forming an encirclement once again. Bluffing? Still trying to play tricks when you're about to die? Miao Zhendong sneered. Hurry up and kill them. Let them go on the road together. Let their souls go to the spring. Play tricks? All right, I'll show you a good trick today. That Li clan supreme martial artist laughed loudly. Seeing Xiao Jingyin, Yi Xiaoyao, Miao Zhendong and the rest charging toward them, he roared, "Li clan, they want to watch a good show. Everyone, put your lives on the line and fight for the price. Right now. Together in life and death." Roar. Together in life and death. They roared in unison and shouted, "Together in life and death." In unison. Just as some of the Allied forces were still mocking the Li clan for bluffing and trying to be mysterious, a blinding white light suddenly flashed in front of them. Then, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly detonated. There was a deafening explosion. The 77 people of the Li clan turned into the purest energy in the world at the same time. When they were compressed to the maximum, they suddenly exploded. They didn't retreat at all. They didn't hesitate at all. They didn't hesitate at all. At the last moment, they didn't even shout any slogans, just to give the enemy a surprise. What a wonderful performance. What heroic acting skills. What an unprecedented trick. Xiao Zhengyin was the fastest out of everyone. Almost as soon as he rushed over, his long-sword sword energy was about to touch the enemy's body. In fact, it had already touched one of the enemies. However, at this moment, the explosion began. Therefore, he was naturally the one with the highest death toll among all the Allied forces. Xiao Zhengyin did not have any ability to resist and was blown into a cloud of dust. Yi Xiaoyao's cultivation was above Xiao Zhengyan's. He arrived right after Xiao Zhengyan and turned into ashes almost at the same time, dissipating between heaven and earth. They were brothers in the same boat, and they died together. There was also Miao Zhendou. Due to his embarrassment, he was eager to show off and save face. This time, he was the fastest among the law enforcement officers. Naturally, he was not spared. Before the mocking expression on his face could fade away, he was turned into minced meat. 2 peak-level 8th grade supreme martial artists, 3 to 4 7th grade supreme martial artists, 7 to 8 middle grade supreme martial artists, and the rest were all 3rd grade and above supreme martial artists. A total of 77 people exploded together. Although the number of people exchanged for this explosion was far less than the previous 8,000 people, the quality was far more than that by hundreds or even thousands of times. Such joint explosion power, as long as it was controlled within a certain range, even a middle-grade supreme martial artist could only die with regret. Not to mention an 8th grade cultivator? How could he not die? The 1,000 or so people from the Allied forces who were closer to the front evaporated without a trace almost at the same time. This included the 8th grade supreme martial artist experts from the various clans and law enforcement officers. This kind of super expert, who could dominate the world, died so easily in this battle. It was as if it was a joke, and he died just like that on the other side. Dong Wushang's eyes were red. Big brother, are we really not participating in the battle? Chu Yang's heart was heavy. He said in a low voice, no. Before the Li clan is annihilated, we will not participate in the battle. It's not because we are heartless, but this is the glory of the Li clan. Li Chuanbo solemnly entrusted this task to us in order to fulfill the last glory of the Li clan. This is a battle of heroes. This moment belongs only to the grandson of the Li clan. No one else is allowed to destroy it. Everyone understood this principle. They also understood it. But now, seeing such a heroic battle, everyone still felt hot all over, as if their blood was boiling. They are finally all dead. Li Chuanbo's face was as calm as an ancient well. He said, "Second brother, you have miscalculated this time. Your subconscious urging has become your grandson's soul-chasing order. Now, everyone is finally dead. Are you happy?" At this point in the battle, there were already 2 sword marks on his body. Sword marks that could injure a middle-grade supreme martial artist could only be created by a middle-grade supreme martial artist. Fresh blood soaked through his snow-white robe. Chu Xianggu had more injuries on his body, while Xiao Qinyu's face was only slightly paler, but there were no major injuries. Obviously, he had a great advantage. Li Chuanbo's cultivation was roughly at the middle-grade level, while Chu Xianggu was only at the beginner level of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. However, Xiao Qinyu was at the advanced level of a middle-grade supreme martial artist, very close to the peak level. Although it was only a small level, in a battle of such a level, it was already an insurmountable moat. In the path of martial arts, the higher the level, the greater the difference between each level. Although Xiao Qinyu was only a little higher than Li Chuanbo, in a battle, it was not difficult for him to take on Li Chuanbo and Chu Xianggu alone. 1 against 2, he was at ease and even had the upper hand. Even if another middle-grade opponent came, he could handle it with ease. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, Li Chuanbo said, "Second brother, please send me off." That was because he himself knew that he was definitely not Xiao Qinyu's match. But if he really wanted to die, in the entire northwestern enemy territory, other than Xiao Qinyu, there was really no one who was qualified to kill him and had the ability to kill him. Therefore, dying in Xiao Qinyu's hands was also a worthy death. Xiao Qinyu also understood this point. But at this moment, Xiao Qinyu was obviously a little confused. His order just now had contributed to the deaths of Xiao Zhengyan, Yi Xiaoyao, and the others. In the blink of an eye just now, more than 1,000 people there had died under his order. Hearing Li Chuanbo's words now, he couldn't help but blush. Suppressing the pain in his heart, he pretended to be calm and said coldly, "You'd better worry about yourself." Then, he attacked with a domineering sword, sweeping everything in its path. Li Chuanbo actually didn't dodge. His sword swept across the sky and blocked Xiao Qinyu's attack. A clang shook the sky. He laughed loudly and said, I wanted second brother to send me off in the first place. What's there to worry about? If I really had to worry, wouldn't it be contradictory? Xiao Qinyu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Send my greetings to Uncle Li on the road to the netherworld. Li Chuanbua's heart ached and he said furiously, Xiao Qinyu, we've been friends for generations. It's one thing for us to turn against each other after 10,000 years, but now you actually dare to insult your elders? The moment Xiao Qinyu said that, he felt that something was wrong. There was no lack of regret in his heart. But now that the enemy was clear, there was no point in explaining further. He simply shut his mouth and didn't speak anymore. However, the sword in his hand became even more urgent, pressuring Li Chuanbua and Chu Xianggu until they couldn't breathe. At this point, most of the people from the Li clan were already dead. There were only 2 battlefields left below. They were Li Xiangxi, Li Zua, and Li Yu, as well as 2 other 8th-grade supreme martial artists who were besieged by the enemy. Seeing 77 people turn into green smoke and explode, Li Xiangxi's eyes were filled with tears. He laughed maniacally and said, Good. Li Clan. That's it. That's how it should be. Li Zua and Li Yu cheered at the same time. They laughed loudly and were full of vigor. The 3 of them laughed maniacally, their expressions becoming more and more deranged. Under the stimulation of the heroic self-destruction of their descendants around them, the 3 of them had gradually become more and more willing to die. With a bang, Li Xiangxi was hit again. He felt as if his internal organs were being burned by fire. The pain penetrated his heart, and he couldn't take it anymore. Before the sound had died down, 2 more deafening explosions rang out almost at the same time. Li Xiangxi only felt something cold fly into his mouth. The smell of blood was strong. Turning his head to look, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. With a roar, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood that he had been suppressing. The 2 people who self-destructed were the remaining 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists of the Li clan. Faced with the siege of dozens of 8th-grade supreme martial artists and even 2nd-grade supreme martial artists, the 2 of them couldn't avoid killing the enemy. Without any hesitation, they self-destructed together, sacrificing their lives in exchange for the enemy's casualties. In a sea of flesh and blood, although there were as many as 20 high-level supreme martial artists working together to set up a defense, there were still more than 300 people who died in this explosion at the same time. There were even 3 8th-grade supreme martial artists who were too close to the explosion and were directly crippled. 3 arms and 4 legs were separated from their bodies at the same time. At this point, there were only 2 places left in the entire battlefield where the fight was still going on. One was in midair, where Chu Xiangge and Li Chuanbua were working together to fight Xiao Qinyu. The other was below, where Li Zua, Li Yu, and Li Xiangxi were heavily surrounded. The situation of the 3 people below was obviously not good. In front and behind them, there were already high-level supreme martial artist experts. The weakest among them was also a 7th-grade supreme martial artist. Roughly counting, there were about 50 of them. They formed a circle like an iron bucket. The encirclement was complete, and there was no way to break out. As for the remaining martial artists with slightly lower cultivation, they were all rushed to clean up the battlefield and rescue the injured. There was no room for them to intervene in either of these 2 battlefields. At this moment, the battle was basically over. The so-called cleaning up of the battlefield actually didn't require much cleaning. Other than those who were seriously injured but still had a life, the rest had already turned into ashes. In the entire battlefield, there wasn't even a complete corpse to be found. The cruelty and blood of the battle was uniform. Sabers and swords fell like rain. At the same time, another 8th-grade supreme martial artist flew over on his sword. The sword light was like rolling lightning, connecting the sky and piercing into the battle circle of Li Xiangxi and the others without any warning. Suddenly, the aura of death completely enveloped the entire space. Chapter 1545. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. With a blood-curdling scream, Li Zua tumbled out in a bloody mess. In that instant of contact, he had already been struck by thousands of swords and was almost reduced to a skeleton. There was no chance for him to self-destruct at all. Immediately after, hundreds of swords and saber lights fell at the same time. Before he could even scream, Li Zhuo had already turned into nothingness. The triangular formation that he had barely managed to hold on was instantly broken through by force. Azwa! Liu roared and suddenly charged out without any regard for his life. Li Zhuo and Liu were originally twin brothers with similar natures and cultivation. They had been together for more than 10,000 years and were inseparable. Now that he had suddenly lost the other person, Liu only felt that all his hopes had turned to dust. Even his eyes had become blurry. The 10,000-year twin brothers joined hands as if they had the help of the gods. Their tacit understanding was unparalleled in the world. But this was also their weakness. As long as one of them died, the other would naturally collapse as well. The opposing supreme martial artist looked at Liu, who was charging over unconsciously. A cruel look appeared in his eyes. 4 8th-grade supreme martial artists and 2 2nd-grade supreme martial artists faced Liu at the same time. Any one of them would not be much weaker than Liu in a one-on-one fight. With such a person blocking the way, even if Liu self-destructed, he would definitely be blocked by another person. Liu howled loudly. Ignoring the swords on his body, he pounced forward as if he wanted to hug the blood mist in the air, just like how he had hugged his younger brother all these years. Azwa, I will go with you to see father and mother. Liu roared, tears streaming down his face. 4 swords stabbed into his body at the same time. Liu seemed to be unaware. He just opened his arms and caught the blood mist in the air. A childish smile appeared on his face. Let's go see father and mother together. At this moment, nothing was more important than hugging his brother. The tyrannical power of 4 supreme martial artists exploded in his body. Liu did not make a sound and instantly turned into a rain of blood. Ah! Li Xiangxi roared into the sky. His eyes turned blood red in an instant. The sacrifice of his tribesmen made Li Xiangxi completely lose his mind. For the past 10,000 years, a kind of violent and destructive emotion that had never been felt before rose violently. Li Xiangxi roared wildly. At this moment, he had forgotten everything and no longer had any misgivings. As for the meeting in the next life, as well as the yearning that was etched into his bones, he didn't care about it at all. There was only destruction, revenge. The people in front of him were the culprits behind the destruction of his home. His family had died in the hands of these people. If he didn't take revenge, how would he have the face to live in this world? Li Xiangxi roared furiously. The yearning sword in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces. He took a deep breath and roared into the sky. His entire body suddenly swelled up. Stop him! A mid-level supreme martial artist of the allied forces roared. Li Xiangxi had already reached the peak of the 8th-grade supreme martial artist realm. At this moment, the few high-level supreme martial artists of the allied forces were all recovering their energy after the intense exhaustion. Once they exploded, it would definitely cause devastating destruction. Everyone stepped forward at the same time. If they didn't step forward now, they might be the ones to be buried with him. At this moment, Li Chuanbo was being pressured by Xiao Chunyu to the point that he couldn't catch his breath. Suddenly, he heard a despairing roar coming from below. His heart suddenly jolted, and he turned to look down. He saw Li Xiangxi roaring into the sky and swords falling from all directions like rain. With a loud roar, Li Chuanbo suddenly abandoned Xiao Qinyu and rushed down like a meteor. His back was exposed. Xiao Qinyu casually swung his sword. The sword aura burst forth like thunder and shot into Li Chuanbo's back with a thud. To think that the success of this sword attack would come so easily. Even Xiao Qinyu was stunned for a moment by this unexpected success. Even he himself couldn't believe it. Although his cultivation was far superior to Li Chuanbo's, if he wanted to kill him, he would have to fight a long battle. But now, he had succeeded so easily. At this moment, Li Chuanbo's back had suffered a fatal injury, but as if he didn't feel anything, he continued to fly down like a meteor. Why couldn't he self-destruct? Self-destruct meant that his soul would be destroyed. What about the regret of 10,000 years and the yearning of a lifetime? I have destroyed his happiness, but I have to give him hope in the next life. The next moment, Li Chuanbua was already howling and rushing into the forest of swords and sabers like a hurricane. Countless swords and sabers fell on him like raindrops, but they were all forcefully sent flying by his powerful cultivation. He arrived in front of Li Xiangxi like a gust of wind. Li Xiangxi had already compressed all his cultivation and was about to perish together with the enemy. Suddenly, his father appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. "You, rebel!" Li Chuanbua struck his dantian with a palm. "Have you suffered the pain of yearning for 10,000 years for nothing?" The power of this palm actually dispersed all the essential qi that Li Xiangxi had compressed to the limit. Li Xiangxi was about to speak when Li Chuanbua had already struck his head with the palm. "Son, if there is a next life, don't yearn bitterly. Don't blame your muddle-headed father." With a crack, Li Xiangxi's brain burst open. At the last moment, Li Chuanbua personally struck and killed his son. At this moment, the countless experts of the allied forces were all dumbfounded. They really didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. For a moment, they didn't know how they should react. What the hell was going on? Li Xiangxi's self-destruction was already a foregone conclusion. They were already powerless to stop it. But the person who suddenly appeared to stop it was actually Li Chuanbua, Li Xiangxi's biological father. Not only did he stop his son's final self-destruction to pay the price, he even personally killed him with a palm strike. Li Chuanbua let out a loud roar. He picked up his son's body, which still had half a breath left, and leaped into the air. Throwing him far away, he shouted, "Tribulation Sword Master, please." From afar, Chu Yang said solemnly, "Elder, don't worry. Xiangxi won't miss you in the next life." Roar. A powerful dragon roar broke through the air. Ao Xieyun leaped into the air and somersaulted in the air. Suddenly, there was a burst of golden light in the sky. A huge golden dragon that was hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared. Soaring Golden Dragon. The supreme technique of the Golden Dragon Secret Manual. With Ao Xieyun's current cultivation, he could only use one move. Moreover, he could only use it once before he would be exhausted. But at this moment, he only needed this one instant. The huge golden dragon entered the air above the battlefield at lightning speed. It caught Li Xiangxi's body in the air and turned to leave. The speed at which it came and went was a blasphemy to even describe it as lightning. That was a speed that surpassed the limits of speed. Godly speed. Chu Yang had also leaped forward to meet it. The two of them met in the air. The heaven-nourishing jade and the heavenly orchid were sent into Li Xiangxi's mouth at the same time. A shadow suddenly appeared above Li Xiangxi's head with a whoosh. Amidst the gloomy clouds, the white smoke of this shadow was exceptionally clear. Li Chuanbua flew over as if he was flying, staring intently at that shadow. Tears suddenly fell from his eyes like rain. At this moment, Li Chuanbua was just an old man, a father who wanted to send his son on a long journey. That was all. That shadow's features were clear. It was Li Xiangxi. Although Li Xiangxi was already dead, his primordial spirit was preserved and his consciousness was still intact. At this moment, he looked at his father, his eyes full of deep admiration and reluctance. His figure twisted, and he actually knelt down in the air and kowtowed to Li Chuanbua a few times. Li Chuanbua staggered in the air. He laughed and said, "Go, my child. Remember, don't yearn bitterly in your next life. Father's heart aches very much. You've suffered for love in this life and yearned for 10,000 years. Father's heart also feels like it's being cut by a knife, and I've regretted it for 10,000 years. Go, my child. When you see your wife, tell her that I've acknowledged her. I've wronged you in this life, but I can't make up for it. What a pity, what a pity. Ha ha ha." As Li Chuanbua laughed, he turned around and left. He rushed toward Xiao Qinyu and Chu Xiangge, who were fighting fiercely in the air. He actually didn't turn back. Only at the places where he passed by, drops of tears fell together with the blood and disappeared without a trace. My child, in your next life, you must be happy. Don't yearn bitterly. Smile lightly in your life and don't worry in your life. Li Xiangxi's illusory figure knelt in the air and kowtowed repeatedly. He wanted to speak, but he could not speak now. In the end, his body involuntarily rose into the air. That kneeling, illusory figure remained kneeling until he completely disappeared into the horizon. Father, I don't blame you anymore. Although you didn't check the truth when you objected back then, your original intention was for my own good. I will definitely remember your words. Don't worry. He didn't say these words out loud, but everyone who saw this scene could clearly feel it from the bottom of their hearts. Li Chuanbo killed me personally at the last moment, but preserved my soul and gave me a chance to live without regrets. Today, at this very moment, the fate between father and son finally came to an end. Li Chuanbo wanted to turn back countless times, wanting to take another look at his son's shadow, but he didn't. He just stood silently in front of Xiao Chunyu again. Seeing that Li Chuanbo had returned, Xiao Chunyu also stopped unexpectedly. The three of them stood in the air in a triangle, bidding farewell to Li Xiangxi's soul that had disappeared. No matter what, Xiao Chunyu wouldn't disturb them at this moment. Although he still wanted to kill Li Chuanbo eventually, he definitely wouldn't do it at this moment. The battle situation below had completely calmed down. Only the three of them and the last battle of this battle had yet to come to an end. Li Chuanbo's eyes were full of gratification and a strange glow. His body swayed inexplicably and he said, "Second brother Xiao, it's time." Xiao Chunyu's expression was solemn. He nodded slightly and said, "Brother, have a safe journey. Forgive me for not seeing you off." The sword flashed and pierced into Li Chuanbo's heart once again. It just stopped there and didn't move. Li Chuanbo didn't make any movement to dodge. He didn't even have the thought of dodging. He just lowered his head and looked at the sword in his chest with a bitter smile. He reached out and gripped the sword tightly. Blood flowed from his chest and from his hand, dripping down. He raised his head and smiled calmly. "I originally thought that if Xianga and I self-destructed at the end, even if we couldn't kill you, we would at least make you suffer injuries that you wouldn't be able to recover from for decades. But when it came to it, we still didn't. Haha." Chapter 1546. Xiao Qinyu took a deep breath, a hint of guilt in his eyes as he said, "I understand. Until the moment of your death, you still recognized me as your second brother. But I killed you with my own hands. I am the one who let you down. You have no regrets in this matter, but I will regret it for the rest of my life. If I had a choice, I would rather be injured." Li Chuanbo smiled lightly and said, "If you were injured, it would be my turn to feel regret. Actually, I have long known that all of you no longer treat me as a brother. But I still," he smiled lightly. "Second brother, when I die, I have to be buried with you. Let this sword of yours be buried with me." Xiao Qinyu let go of the sword hilt and drifted backward. "Brother." Tears finally fell uncontrollably. Li Chuanbo chuckled, as if he still wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Then, his whole body suddenly exploded silently, turning into a blazing white flame that burned in the air. A middle-grade supreme martial artist had turned his soul, consciousness, and divine thoughts into a blazing flame at this moment. Just as he had said earlier, "I am already extremely tired of this world. Even if there is a chance for a next life, I don't want it. If even a brother of 10,000 years could betray him, what else could be real? I don't want such a world." The white flame burned in the air, and Xiao Chunyu's treasured sword actually melted in it. Bit by bit, it turned into molten iron. In the end, even the molten iron disappeared bit by bit. Everything returned to nothingness. Chu Xiangji's wrist shook, and the black saber in his hand suddenly made a sad sound and broke. He looked up and laughed loudly. "A brother for a day, a brother for life. Even if your other brothers don't accompany you, I, Chu Xianggu, will. You will always have a good brother. Li Chuanbo, I want to tell you solemnly that you still have a brother in this life. A real brother." Chu Xianggu laughed loudly and turned to look at Xiao Qinyu, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. He shouted, "As for the others, they are not worthy to be your brothers. It's not that you don't have any brothers." His body floated up, and he rushed toward the blazing white flame without any hesitation. With a whoosh, the blazing white flame suddenly doubled in size. In just a moment, Chu Xiangji's whole body disappeared in the flame without a trace. In the end, the two middle-grade supreme martial artists didn't even choose to kill the enemy. Instead, they burned themselves. Both of them were extremely arrogant people. Since death was a foregone conclusion, it was meaningless to drag some ants down with him. More importantly, they didn't deserve it. Secondly, it was also a silent request. We've already shown you mercy. Then, the hundreds of thousands of women and children of the Li clan, do as you see fit. If he wanted to kill them, he would kill them. Anyway, we definitely won't be able to see it. But if by any chance he still remembered some old feelings, then, whatever. The entire world suddenly fell into silence. Xiao Qinyu stood in the air in a daze. At this moment, he only felt that the killing intent in his heart had completely disappeared. He had even forgotten about his brother's death. Li Chuanbua and Chu Xiangji's words seemed to still echo in his ears. I wanted to. In the end, if Xianggu and I self-destruct at the same time, the two of us will self-destruct. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make you suffer an injury that you won't be able to recover from for decades. But now that things have come to a head, still nothing. Haha. If you're injured, it'll be my turn to regret. Actually, I've long known that you guys don't treat me as a brother anymore. But a brother for a day, a brother for life. Even if your other brothers don't accompany you, I, Chu Xianggu, will? You still have a good brother. Li Chuanbua, I want to tell you solemnly that you still have a brother in this life. A real brother. As for the others, it's because they don't deserve to be your brothers. It's not because you don't have any brothers. He stood in the air despondently and murmured, I don't deserve it? It's actually because I don't deserve it? Yes, I don't deserve it. I really don't deserve it. You can have no regrets now that you have a brother to accompany you. If there comes a day when I, Xiao Chenyu, am at the end of my road, will there still be anyone who will accompany me like this? I'm destined to have regrets because my last brother was killed by me with my own hands. As he thought about it, Xiao Chenyu suddenly realized that he was actually infinitely sorrowful. He actually felt endless envy toward the two people who had already died, because he didn't have such brothers. The last one was also killed by him. Or it should be said that on that day when he was drunk from the barbecue, when the wine bottle shattered, that brother was already gone. The white flame gradually burned out and finally disappeared without a trace. Xiao Chenyu stood there with a solemn expression and didn't move for a long time. Suddenly, he bowed deeply and said in a low voice, Li Chuanbua, I'm indeed not worthy to be your brother. I really envy you that you have a brother to accompany you even until death. Suddenly, he staggered and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as death. Based on Xiao Chenyu's cultivation and current state, other than the fact that he had used up a lot of his power, he was almost completely unharmed. However, this mouthful of blood was filled with sadness and regret. It was all in this mouthful of heart's blood. Before Li Chuanbua died, Xiao Chenyu had always felt that even if he really killed him, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, at this moment, when Li Chuanbua really disappeared from this world forever, Xiao Chenyu suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. He couldn't grab anything, and it was as if the world was also silent at this moment. For a moment, his heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. He closed his eyes tiredly and panted slightly. However, scenes of the past suddenly appeared in his mind. He still remembered that 10,000 years ago, when the brothers from various clans met for the first time. At that time, the brothers didn't have any interest at all. He still remembered that child of about 10 years old who pretended to be mature and stood in front of him. I'm Li Chuanbua. Are you second brother Xiao? Second brother Xiao, I fought with Chiu. I'm in so much pain. Help me out. Second brother Xiao, you're so amazing. How good would it be if you were my biological brother? Second brother Xiao, we'll always be good brothers. As if he had grown up in an instant, that white-robed young man looked at him affectionately. Second brother Xiao, I have good wine here. Let me toast you. It seemed that when the two clans were fighting for certain interests, Li Chuanbua was already a white-robed man then. In front of the two clans, he said casually, if it's something second brother Xiao wants, the Li clan will give it up. So decisive. So unhesitant. Whatever brother wants, as long as I have it, I'll give it to him. no matter what it is. After drinking some wine, Li Chuanbua smiled lightly. Now, he was dead. He killed him with his own hands. Before he died, he didn't even self-destruct. He disappeared from this world forever. Could it be that 10,000 years, a long time, could it really obliterate all true feelings? Thinking of the subtle expression on Li Chuanbua's face before he died, Xiao Qinyu suddenly felt that all the hatred in his heart had disappeared. There was only endless sorrow and desolation. He only felt that his soul had become empty at this moment. The Calamity Sword Master and his brothers were clearly on the opposite mountain, but at this moment, he didn't even have the mood to take revenge and create a legend. He only felt extremely tired. It was as if he couldn't wait to fall asleep, but also wanted to drink up all the good wine and get drunk. It was just like back then when he and Li Chuanbua sat across each other, drinking and laughing heartily without any grudges or barriers. Although Li Chuanbua was dead now, but he was filled with endless envy towards Li Chuanbua. This was his generation, a man's generation. Sigh. Xiao Qinyu was like a walking corpse. He fell from the sky and landed on the ground without any spirit. He staggered again before he could stabilize his feet. A sharp pain arose in his heart again, as if his soul was missing. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood consecutively. All of them were bright red, fighting with Li Chuanbua and Chu Xianga, although he also suffered some internal injuries. But it was definitely not so serious. It was definitely not to the extent of spitting out blood consecutively, but at this moment, Xiao Qinyu felt an uncontrollable urge to vomit blood. He couldn't suppress the intense pain in his soul. It was as if he had vomited all his blood. He would only feel better after vomiting all his blood. An 8th grade peak-level supreme martial artist walked over with wounds all over his body. Old Xiao, what should we do next? Xiao Qinyu waved his hand tiredly. Don't ask me. Do as you see fit. Don't ask me about anything anymore. The expert hesitated for a moment and said, the next step is to find the Calamity Sword Master and Tribulation, or to kill our way to the Li clan's headquarters. Slap. Xiao Qinyu slapped him hard on the face and said furiously, Are you deaf? I said don't ask me. I mean everything. Do you hear me? Do you understand? Bastard. Don't you understand human language? The 8th grade supreme martial artist was directly sent flying hundreds of feet away by this slap. His body spun endlessly like a spinning top. He was almost half dead from this slap, but he didn't dare to say anything. If he said a few more words, he might even lose his life. Xiao Qinyu staggered 2 steps forward and entered a tent. It was a tent that could be used for moving sleds. He closed the curtain after he entered the tent, and no sound came out from the tent. Everyone in the Allied forces looked at each other and thought, What should we do if you don't say anything? Should we continue to fight Tribulation? Or should we rob the Li clan? Most importantly, should we kill the remaining women and children of the Li clan? What should we do? If you don't say anything, how can we make a decision without your permission? Diwu Qingru walked over slowly. Everyone was overjoyed. With the Commander-in-Chief Diwu here, it meant that they had a backbone. Even Xiao Qinyu wouldn't refute Diwu Qingru's words easily. Don't ask me what to do. Diwu Qingru waved his hand and looked a little bleak. He said, From the moment of the final battle, I am no longer the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces. Besides, there are too many things involved. The Li clan's tens of thousands of years of foundation and how many women and children there are. These are all things worth considering. This is the internal problem of your big clan. So, I won't participate in any opinions. I fell to my death today. I was drunk last night and slept until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I needed to pee, so I got up in a daze and rushed to the toilet. The pants that I had just put on fell down again and tripped my leg. I fell down from the bed, really hard. I was dizzy on the spot, and there was a big red bump on my forehead. I couldn't get up for a long time. Chapter 1547. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Chen Jianlong laughed out loud and said fiercely, The Li clan deserves to be punished for what it is today. Since we are enemies with each other, what internal and external problems do we have to talk about? My suggestion is simple. We will kill our way over and exterminate the entire Li clan. As for the Li clan's wealth, we will split it equally. A supreme martial artist from the Sher clan said, "That's right. We have always done this to other clans. Why should the Li clan be an exception?" More than 30,000 people from the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers came to the northwest. Now, there are less than 5,000 people left. Are those who died for nothing? If we don't gain anything, do we have to pay for the compensation ourselves? That's right. Are those who died for nothing? The brothers who had died all had families back home. If they couldn't get any benefits from this place, what would happen to those people? If the clan loses its pillar of support, won't they be bullied to death? The Li clan is a loser. A loser should have the awareness of being a loser. This is the rule of the martial world. It has always been like this. Why should the Li clan be an exception? For a moment, everyone seemed to be filled with righteous indignation, and everyone was righteous. Diwu Qingru said lightly, "I'm just reminding you that you and the Li clan are both big clans. The Li clan is like this today. If one day, your clans also end up in the same situation, what will you say? The winner takes all. What else is there to say?" Chun Jianlong was unhappy and said, "If we lose, we lose. If that day really comes, it will be our wives and children who deserve to die. What else is there to say?" As he said this, a cold voice said, "That's right. I hope you remember your words. If the Qin clan is destroyed one day, then it will be your wives and children who deserve to die. I won't let any of them off." Everyone turned around and saw a young man in black standing in the wind. His eyes were shining as he looked over. His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of murderous intent. Everyone was shocked. The person who spoke was the master of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang. It had actually sunk into a deathly silence. No one dared to belittle this sentence. Because the person who spoke was Chu Yang, the master of Calamity Sword. If someone else said this, they would only laugh. But when it came from the master of Calamity Sword, everyone felt the pressure. The master of Calamity Sword had never been defeated in 10,000 years. Brother Calamity Sword was invincible. The master of Calamity Sword was bound to unify the heavens. According to the history of the past 100,000 years, their clans were almost destined to be destroyed in this person's history. His words was a prophecy that was likely to come true. How was the pressure on them? Next to him, Tribulation and his brothers had also gathered together. Pairs of cold eyes were looking at this side. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They wanted to say a few harsh words, but they couldn't. Even at this moment, the Allied forces were still hundreds of times more powerful than Chu Yang and the others. If the two sides really fought to the death, Chu Yang and the others would have absolutely no chance of survival. If it was a simple comparison of strength, it might only take a few masters of the lower grades to kill the Tribulation brothers and the Tribulation Sword Master. But the problem was that Chu didn't participate in the previous battle. They were fresh troops now. They had another advantage, which was that they could retreat at any time. If they didn't want to fight and just ran away, even Xiao Qinyu might not be able to catch up with them. Moreover, the land of Tribulation still had Emotianji, the think tank. Commander Diwu had solemnly stated before that they had only used the sunlight formation of the 3 lights formations so far. There were still 2 formations left. Who knew how Calamity Sword would arrange the 2 formations? But now, that Calamity Sword wasn't here. No one knew where he went. Or was he secretly preparing? If a fight really breaks out in Master Tribulation and the others lead us into a deadly situation, they will certainly know how to avoid danger. What about us? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. The consequences would be unimaginable. As long as Xiao Qinyu didn't say anything, no one would choose to fight with Calamity at this time. Theoretically, Calamity Sword was their number 1 enemy. But at this moment, the wealth of the Li clan was in their hands. What was the purpose of fighting? Who would put aside the benefits that they had already obtained and risk their lives to fight an unrelated, yet abnormally powerful and mysterious enemy? Wouldn't that be stupid? Besides, that poison Dr. Wu Jueqing was still watching them. They were obviously on the same side. Who would dare to go against him? Of course, we don't dare to take Sword Master's threat lightly, Chun Jianlong said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. But this time, Lord Sword Master has exposed himself too early. What he meant was that even if they couldn't kill you now, it would be easy for all the big clans in the world to kill one or two of you. Chu Yang said coldly, You mean, we can't let the women and children of the Li clan go? Chun Jianlong hesitated and said loudly, That's right. If there was a day in the future when Lord Sword Master attacked the Qin clan, he could also destroy them. Don't let anyone go. Chu Yang said lightly, You must remember what you said. Today's cause will be tomorrow's effect. Chun Jianlong said proudly, My words are like the wind. Then he sneered, We'll go to the base camp of the Li clan immediately. Swordmaster, do you want to go with us? See how we kill people? Chu Yang said coldly, I'll see. I'll definitely take a good look. Chun Jianlong laughed and turned to leave. Let's go. Let's go. Everyone's going to get rich. The Alliance army was excited. Everyone followed him, and the sleigh started moving slowly. Xiao Qinyu was sitting inside. He clearly heard that the Master of Calamity Sword was outside, but he didn't know why. At this moment, his mind was so tired that he couldn't even get angry. Even now, Xiao Qinyu was still immersed in the past, unable to extricate himself from it. Boss, are we really not going to do anything? Gu Duxing frowned. How can we not do anything? Chu Yang smiled lightly. But there's still a bird below. We still need to dig it out first. Normally, as long as this sentence was said, everyone would definitely want to laugh. Jesting was a matter of course, and GMO had to play a trick. As for whether to ridicule a certain bird in advance, such as stripping a pig, exposing its entire bird, or something like that, it would depend on how hot the atmosphere was. However, they had just gone through such a desperate battle. Even though they hadn't personally participated in it, they still felt a lot of emotions. At this moment, no one could laugh. Even someone as humorous as GMO was silent at this moment. Their hearts were very heavy. Chu Yang sighed. He wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but he didn't think that if even he was depressed, how could the atmosphere be livened up? The Alliance army had already retreated. It was completely quiet here now. Looking at the blood mist in the air that hadn't dissipated completely, everyone was very depressed. The atmosphere was very heavy. Li Chuanbo was dead, and he was so dead. This made all the brothers feel a little complicated. Whether the Li clan had committed all kinds of evil and was deranged, whether they deserved to die or not, this was a matter of opinion. But Li Chuanbo, this old man, was someone that everyone respected, and it was the kind of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. This old man could be called a hero, or even a perfect hero. This was something that everyone had long agreed on. But no one would have thought that he would die without paying any price today. He died so cleanly that he felt at ease. But on second thought, if Li Chuanbo didn't die like this, then he really wouldn't be Li Chuanbo. If he had self-destructed in the end to pay the price, then wouldn't it be more worthwhile for him to choose to live on with humiliation and take revenge endlessly? A middle-grade supreme martial artist was not something that could be surrounded and annihilated by humans. Even someone as strong as Xiao Qinyu couldn't stop Li Chuanbo, who was fully focused on escaping. Even if there were many experts of the same level as Xiao Qinyu, the result would still be the same. In order to truly kill a middle-grade supreme martial artist, one must have extremely special means or have domineering strength that exceeded the limits of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. For example, only Zi Sheqing could possibly kill a middle-grade supreme martial artist. Otherwise, don't even think about it. But Li Chuanbo was Li Chuanbo after all. He didn't have such a choice. Although he was already disappointed in this world, he still had his own bottom line. Although he no longer believed in any emotions, he still believed in and abided by his own feelings and perseverance. All the brothers sighed in unison. Impressive, Li Chuanbo. Suddenly, there was a tremor beneath their feet. A faint fluctuation filled this extremely flat ground with a kind of magical rhythm at this moment. It was Mo Tianji removing the effects of the triple light formation. Hundreds of millions of purple crystals instantly turned into dust. And right at this moment, somewhere underground, there was a sudden explosion. A thin and small figure shot up into the sky at least several thousand feet high. Panting heavily, he cursed angrily, "Motherfucker. I almost suffocated to death." The thin and small figure was naturally Rue Butong. a certain naked bird. It was inevitable that he would be naked. After all, he had entered a place of lava. What kind of clothes could withstand the temperature of the lava? It must be said that this Lord Phoenix was very unlucky. It was just as Gu Duxing had said. When it excitedly rushed into the lava, it didn't consider that this place was derived from the three lights great array. So, it was naturally inside the three lights great array. Even after he rushed in, he didn't think about this. He only focused on increasing his strength, wholeheartedly and greedily absorbing the heat of the lava and turning it into his own phoenix vital essence. Chapter 1548. Once he entered the magma, Rue Batong immediately felt an endless stream of pure heat surging into his body. The phoenix true origin filled up at a rapid speed. Rue Batong felt an infinite sense of happiness. It was all an increase in strength, but this was much more comfortable than the phoenix nirvana. But he also knew that he didn't have much time. If he delayed and waited for the magma to cool down, it would be a huge waste. Especially since this was a rare opportunity, how could he miss it? Therefore, he started to absorb with all his might. Apart from absorbing with all his might, he didn't care about anything else. In the end, it seemed that even the last bit of heat was absorbed into his body. Only then did he feel satisfied that he didn't miss this God-given opportunity. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his cultivation had risen from the supreme grade to the peak of the 7th grade. It seemed that he was only a step away from breaking through to the 8th grade. Rue Batong almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This was really too good. He was now the strongest among all the brothers, even above Boss Chu. Who else, who wasn't convinced? The high-spirited Rue Batong couldn't wait to return to his brothers and show off to them. How could he have such a day? But then, Rue Batong realized that he seemed to have rejoiced too early. His cultivation had indeed improved, and by a lot, but he was trapped underground and couldn't get out. The most tragic thing was that he was trapped alive in a rock formed by magma. Rue Batong used all his strength, but he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, he remembered that this was Mo Tianji's three lights formation. In an instant, he cried and almost broke down. Even if Rue Batong was really an 8th grade supreme, he couldn't move the ground that had mutated because of the three lights formation, not to mention that he was almost there. How could I forget such an important thing? At that moment, Rue Batong was filled with regret. It was a good thing to be able to raise his cultivation, but to be trapped and suffocated to death because of it was very bad. What was this? His brother stayed underground for such a long time. When the battle ended and Mo Tianji unsealed the three lights formation, Rue Batong was really about to suffocate to death. No matter how powerful the Phoenix Nirvana was, it couldn't be without air. There was no air underground. If it wasn't for the great improvement in his cultivation that greatly extended the time he could hold his breath, this bird would be the first accidental death in history. Furthermore, he had suffocated himself to death. With great difficulty, he finally managed to escape. He rushed out impatiently and swaggered around in the air for 7 or 8 rounds before landing. With a dark face, he complained, "Why did you take so long to open the formation? I almost suffocated to death." Mo Tianji snorted and gave this 7th grade supreme martial artist a tight slap. "You still have the cheek to say that. My Starlight Grand Array and Moonlight Grand Array were destroyed because of you. What an incompetent fellow." Rue Batong rubbed his head and lowered his head, daring to be angry but not daring to speak. "Stop showing off your bird. Hurry up and find some clothes to wear. Let's go quickly. The women and children of the Li clan, and hundreds of thousands of them. Are we really going to watch them get slaughtered?" Chu Yang waved his hand and urged him. "Yes, let's go." All of the brothers immediately remembered. They rushed out as if they were flying, leaving a certain bird alone in its original place. Rue Batong was stunned where he was. Elder was a peak 7th grade supreme martial artist. How could no one have noticed such a huge improvement in Elder? No one even complimented him. Elder was now the number 1 among all the brothers. What did Boss say just now? Dizzy bird. What dizzy bird? Just as he was reciting, a cool breeze blew past. Rue Batong shuddered. Why was it so cold down there? He looked down. Help, where are my clothes? Why are they naked? Elder was still spinning in the air 7 or 8 times just now. His face had been fucking thrown all the way to his grandmother's house. On the other side, the troops of the Allied forces were moving forward rapidly, like a pack of hungry wolves, rushing toward a flock of white, delicious, and completely defenseless lambs. The truth was indeed so. It was just that it was bloodier, crueler, more cold-blooded, more greedy, and more evidence of the dark side of humans. Everyone was thinking cruelly and greedily. The long-term accumulation of more than 10,000 years, the mountainous wealth, the beautiful women of the Li clan, the blood that was about to splatter, the beautiful pleading voices. There were people of the Li clan that was once as famous as us. Now, today, in the next moment, they will completely fall under our butcher's knife. They won't have much resistance anymore. In fact, they may not even have any resistance at all. We can do whatever we want. The pleasure of being the meat on someone else's chopping block. With this thought, a heartfelt pleasure rose in his heart. He really couldn't wait for that moment to come. However, just as everyone was moving quickly, another troop of troops of the Allied forces suddenly stopped. Everyone who was moving forward was rather confused. Could there be some unexpected change? Enemy attack? They didn't notice anything. Everyone. Now that the situation is settled, the remnants of the Li clan are no longer a threat. We are injured and exhausted, unable to bear the burden and urgently need to recuperate. We won't be participating in the later operations and will take our leave here. Lan Mofeng walked out and cupped his fists to bid farewell. The Lan clan has been entrusted by the 5th Commander-in-Chief to escort the Commander-in-Chief back to the south. The Lan clan is in decline now, and we contributed very little in this decisive battle. The Li clan's wealth should naturally belong to those who contributed. The Lan clan knows that we are not qualified to touch it. As for the share that we originally agreed upon, we might as well give it to all of you. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. May we meet again. Chen Jianlong and the others looked at Lan Mofeng suspiciously. Was this guy brainless? Or did he have enzymes in his brain? Farewell. Lan Mofeng and the others turned to leave. Diwu Qingru walked out from the crowd, his expression rather bleak and somewhat helpless. With a light laugh, he said, Qingru says that I'm the commander-in-chief, but since all of you don't mind, I'm just doing it in name. Today's battle is over, and there are no more major battles. I just happen to bid farewell to all of you. Please don't take it to heart. Everyone didn't expect Diwu Qingru to leave immediately after accomplishing his mission. For a moment, they were so surprised that they were speechless. Diwu Qingru was different from the declining Lan clan. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the super clans, his scheming role was definitely above that of the Lan clan. All the super clans had even come to a tacit understanding that they could give the Lan clan nothing or less of the Li clan's benefits this time. But they had to give Diwu Qingru a substantial share of the benefits. But he didn't want it either. We've all known each other for a while. Before I leave, I'll give all of you a piece of advice. Diwu Qingru's expression changed a little. He said in a low voice, Don't be too overboard. When you're complacent, you have to be cautious. Before you improve, you have a steel knife. Everyone was silent. When you've received a favor, you should retreat first. When you're complacent, you can rest. Diwu Qingru breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Farewell. Have a safe journey, Commander-in-Chief. We'll meet again. Chen Jianlong and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. If Diwu Qingru was still around, they really wouldn't know how to divide the benefits given to him. If they gave too much, everyone would naturally be unhappy. If they gave too little, it would be Diwu Qingru who would be unhappy. If such a wise man bore a grudge against them, it would definitely not be a wonderful thing. It was good that he left just like that. Anyway, they wouldn't need him anymore. At least, they wouldn't need him for now. Diwu Qingru waved his hand. He walked towards Xiao Qinyu's sleigh and said his goodbyes. Then, his sleeves fluttered as he stood in the wilderness for a while. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Then, he boarded another sleigh and left in silence. The members of the super clans looked conflicted. After a long time, 70 to 80 people actually stepped out from the crowd and said, "Commander-in-Chief Diwu has done us a great favor. Now that he's returning to the south, we have no choice but to send him off. The benefits here are ultimately worldly possessions. We won't take them. Everyone, we'll meet again in the future." Cupping their fists, they chased after him. Some more people stepped out and cupped their fists to bid farewell. With people leaving one after another, there were actually less than 200 people left in an instant. If Lan Mofeng and the 80-odd people from the Lan clan were included, it was basically equivalent to almost 300 experts leaving at once. Chun Jinlong stomped his feet and snorted. A bunch of idiots, giving away the benefits that are already in their hands. They don't care, but we do. Let's go. They continued to head north. Although they lost almost 300 people out of nowhere, to this team of 5,000 people now, losing 300 people was just a drop in the ocean. But it also didn't affect the overall situation and didn't affect their overall strength. On the snowy ground, a group of people headed north rapidly while another small group headed south rapidly. In just a moment, they couldn't see each other anymore. "Commander-in-Chief, why are you leaving at this time? You're about to enter a treasure mountain, but return empty-handed?" asked a low voice on the snowy ground. A soft voice said, "Since we can't get anything, isn't it the same whether we leave earlier or later?" "Can't get anything?" The voice from earlier was shocked. The Li clan has already been wiped out. How can their 10,000 years of accumulation be insignificant? Wealth is just a small matter. Why can't we get anything? Diwu Qingru smiled helplessly. There are still women and children of the Li clan there. There may be quite a number of women and children in the Li clan, but what kind of combat power can they have? They naturally don't have combat power, but the Tribulation Swordmaster does. Diwu Qingru said softly, "The Tribulation Swordmaster Chu Yang will never allow them to hurt women and children wantonly. If they had promised to only take wealth and not hurt women and children, Chu Yang might not have stopped them. But they have already said that they will hurt women and children and massacre the Li clan. Then that place is about to become hell. Is it possible with just the Tribulation Swordmaster and those few people?" asked Lan Mofeng doubtfully. "Remove the last word. Maybe just the Tribulation Swordmaster alone is enough," said Diwu Qingru calmly. "I'm not talking about his strength, but his influence." Lan Mofeng sucked in a breath of cold air. If Chu Yang's side can gain the upper hand and force them to retreat or kill all of these few thousand people, nothing will happen. But if Chu Yang and the rest are at a disadvantage, after a great battle, the women and children of the Li clan will still be doomed in the end. As for the difficulty, I'm sure that when the remaining few clans are wiped out by the Tribulation Swordmaster, they will also face the same tragic fate of being wiped out. Chapter 1549. The Tribulation Swordmaster is so powerful? Does he have the ability to transcend heaven and earth? Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens favors the Tribulation lineage. The Tribulation Swordmaster's current strength may not be among the top, but his influence is big enough. Do you think that Wu Jueqing stayed here just to watch the show? Yes, there's still the poison Dr. Wu Jueqing. With him around, even if Tribulation is defeated, there's still room for retreat. Diwu Qingru sneered. You're thinking too simply. Wu Jueqing is not Tribulation's only trump card. Although Wu Jueqing's strength is astonishing, he's just one person after all. Even if he's intimidating enough, there's still a limit. If the big clans are really willing to pay the price, they still have the ability to destroy him. He smiled for some unknown reason. You high-level supreme martial artists are overly confident in your own divine senses and don't seek help from outsiders. But I've long sensed the murderous intent in the Northeast. There's clearly a large number of top experts lying in ambush there, and there's definitely a lot of them. And the Northeast is where the 3 Stars Divine Clan is. Chu Yang and the others are relatively weak, but they still appear openly. They must have something to rely on. Therefore, I'm sure that there must be reinforcements from the Tribulation Swordmaster in the Northeast, and they're super powerful. Once we cross the line, we'll have to face a cruel battle. I don't have any confidence in this battle. There's even the risk of being destroyed. Therefore, we must leave in advance. Because Chen Jianlong and the others are already bloodthirsty. They definitely won't care about the line, especially the line of others. Therefore, this battle is already unavoidable. Once these people are all wiped out, it'll be a good thing for us. What I'm afraid of now is that they aren't all wiped out. Then, the big clans will really be completely wiped out from the continent. The Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang will definitely kill everyone who belongs to the big clans very seriously. Diwu Qingru heaved a long sigh. Is this Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang even scarier than that Mo Tianji? Lan Mafeng asked in disbelief. These few days, his dealings with Mo Tianji had been full of twists and turns. Lan Mafeng had long regarded Mo Tianji as a scary demon. At this moment, when he heard Diwu Qingru's words, he couldn't help but feel somewhat unconvinced. He did not believe that the Master of Calamity Sword could be more terrifying than Mo Tianji. The terrifying thing about the Calamity Sword Master is his bottom line. If you cross his bottom line, he won't talk about bottom lines with you. That's when the real bloodbath begins. Diwu Qingru smiled faintly. Mo Tianji is only one of the tribulations, and Chu Yang is the master of the tribulations. Chu Yang is definitely several times more terrifying than Mo Tianji, the brain of the tribulations. Hiss! Lan Mafeng sucked in a breath of cold air abruptly. He had never doubted Diwu Qingru's judgment. Diwu Qingru had never made a wrong judgment before. In short, we must leave quickly. We must leave as fast as we can. Diwu Qingru's eyes were profound. We must leave the northwest region as soon as possible. The group sped up again. Diwu Qingru's face was full of satisfaction as he looked at the people who were following behind him. Diwu Qingru didn't care about how many people from the great clans had died in the War of the Northwest. What he cared about was how much he had gained. From the looks of it now, it seemed to have greatly exceeded his expectations. He still had his own charisma. It was already good enough that he had been able to rope in those people from the Long clan, but now there were 200 more people, 200 supreme martial artists. This was a rather huge force. Diwu Qingru had always had his own plans. He also had his own considerations when selecting people. The great clans had always had the habit of keeping thugs and outsiders, and these people were usually already rooted in the great clans. Their relatives and daughters were all living with their respective clans. Diwu Qingru didn't dare to lay his hands on these people, nor could he afford to do so. But there were also some people who were all alone, or whose family members had all died, or who didn't care about the burden of a family and were engrossed in cultivation. This group of people didn't have very strong restraints from their respective clans. They were basically free people. The most important point was that because these people had no ties to themselves, their respective clans weren't that easy to deal with in terms of ordering them around. Therefore, they were easily overlooked in their respective clans. And Diwu Qingru's main target was this group of people. Time and time again, the subtle gestures of goodwill, the ingenious arrangements of taking care of them through life and death battles, and the various hints given, allowed these people to survive time and time again in the bloody battles. Diwu Qingru had put in too much effort for this. It was simply incalculable. And now, when he left, these people were willing to follow him. This was his biggest gain from this trip. They said that they were escorting him back to the south, but everyone knew that this was just an excuse. Once he left, there was no turning back. Everyone had ambition, but they were also greedy for life and afraid of death. This was a common trait of humans. Following an invincible commander who didn't fall into danger and following a clan that had been rotten for thousands of years but was still high and mighty. These were two completely different things. There was another important point. The rise of the Diwu clan was now unstoppable. If they followed him now, they would be the first-generation elders of the clan in the future. How could the position of a thug in other clans be comparable to this? No one was confused. In the future, Qingru will live and die with all of you. Diwu Qingru took a deep breath and said solemnly, whether it's a picturesque landscape or a dead end, we will walk through it together. We are willing to build a great cause and glory together with clan leader. Everyone shouted in unison. There was some excitement in their voices. At this moment, they were already very far away from the group. Naturally, they didn't need to call him Commander-in-Chief Diwu anymore. Moreover, although Diwu Qingrou's words were simple, it made one thing clear. We will advance and retreat together, and share weal and woe together. This was an attitude. It was also the respect that everyone wanted to get the most. Diwu Qingrou nodded warmly. Let's go. This is already the world of the Tribulation Sword Master. Everyone was shocked. Already? Is it really so serious? Definitely. Diwu Qingrou laughed. Let's wait and see. As they laughed, the group quickly disappeared in the direction of the south. At this moment, the sound of the explosion in the distance had completely disappeared. The people of the Li clan were still looking at each other at the door, hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping to see their loved ones return in triumph. But they didn't know that the miracle didn't happen. Their loved ones would never come back. In the middle was a white-haired old lady. She leaned on a walking stick and looked at the road. Her face was expressionless. Her white hair fluttered in the wind. But there was an indescribable desolation. Suddenly, there was the sound of running. Then, a figure rolling and crawling appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone was in an uproar, but no one said anything. Save me! Come and save me! That person was running and tripping as he screamed miserably. If there was someone chasing after him, it would be reasonable for him to lose his life at any time. But the problem was, there was no one chasing after him. But he was running as if he could lose his life at any time. Everyone was from the martial world. They could tell at a glance that this person was scared out of his wits. And this person was actually the young master of the Li clan, Li Ju. For a moment, everyone was a little surprised. What kind of situation was this? What kind of battle could scare the usually elegant and confident Grand Duke to this extent? Li Ju. There was an inexplicable sadness in the old lady's eyes. She slammed her walking stick on the ground and said, "What happened in front? You're behaving like this. Where is your decency? Where are the others?" Li Ju ran over in a panic. He said as if his soul had left his body, "Grandma. They're all dead. All dead. Save me, I'm dying too." The white-haired old lady was the biological mother of the current clan master of the Li clan, Li Wubua. She was also Li Ju's biological grandmother. When she heard the words "all dead," her face couldn't help but turn pale. Her body swayed and she said in a low voice, "All dead? Are they all dead?" Li Ju suddenly flew into a rage. "What are you all still standing there for? Come and save me. I'm your Grand Duke, your young master. I'm the future clan master of the Li clan. Come and save me. Bastard!" The old lady's body swayed. She was so angry that her eyes turned black. "If they're all dead, why aren't you dead? How did you survive? Did you survive just to embarrass yourself?" Everyone's eyes were filled with suspicion. Li Ju's lips were green and his face was pale. His face was almost devoid of color. For some reason, he suddenly screamed. It hurt so much. Woo-woo. It was as if there were thousands of knives and swords on his body. It was also as if there were hundreds of palms attacking him. His voice was so shrill that it was horrifying. However, the women and children of the Li clan all looked at him with disdain. No one paid any attention to him. There was only one thought in their hearts: heartache. Their family members had all sacrificed themselves, and the one left behind was such a good-for-nothing. Li Ju screamed at the top of his lungs. He didn't know why, but he started to curse again. He complained that no one was paying attention to him. He threatened that he would take revenge once he became the clan lord. He trembled and wanted to treat his own injuries. In fact, his injuries weren't very serious. He hadn't broken his legs or arms. At most, there were a lot of scattered injuries. There were hundreds of wounds all over his body. There were also a lot of burns and blisters. He looked like he was covered in wounds, and his flesh was badly mutilated. In reality, they were all superficial wounds. As long as medicine was applied and the wounds were treated, there wouldn't be any major problems. At most, he would feel a little uncomfortable. As for his internal injuries, they were almost non-existent. Chapter 1550. Old Madame Li's face became more and more unpleasant. She really wanted to slap this evil creature to death, but first, Li Ju was the only one alive in front of them. Second, They were still grandfather and grandson. Old Madam Li doted on this grandson, so she really couldn't bear to do it. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter came from afar. Ha ha ha. So everyone is here. Since you've all gathered here, you've saved this old man a lot of effort. Since you're so tactful, I'll definitely let you go on your way happily and reunite with your family. When Li Ju heard this, he immediately lost control again. In a panic, he actually squeezed into the group of women and said incoherently, "They're here. They're here. Who will protect me? Quick, quick, quick. I want to run. Help. Shut up, you bastard." Old Madam Li shouted. Her voice was not loud, but it was very majestic. Hundreds of thousands of people heard the enemy's movements with their own ears. Grief appeared on their faces at the same time. Their last hope was dashed just like that. The enemy had come to the heart of the Li clan. This proved that their own family members had all been killed. Otherwise, why would they come here? How could they come here? However, in addition to their grief, each and every one of them puffed out their chests. There was not the slightest bit of fear. Instead, there was a kind of joy of being free. They went, and it would be our turn later. Although we are weak, we are still strong. Li family, even if we die, what is there to fear? People came one after another. Chen Jianlong was in the lead. He was very proud and arrogant. He shouted with his nose in the air, "Tell me, where are the treasures of the Li family? Just hand them over, and I will let you die quickly. Don't make yourself suffer. It is not a good feeling. Be smart." Old Madam Li said calmly, "Who are you? Please tell me your name." Although the Li family has never cared about treasures, if you want the Li family's treasures, you have to see if you are qualified. Old Madam Li raised her head. Her white hair was fluttering, and her eyes were sharp. She said coldly, "Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can take over the Li family's treasure." Chun Jianlong snorted coldly. "Old lady, who are you?" Old Madam Li smiled. "This is the Northwest, the territory of the Li family. This is the Li family. Honey, I'm asking you, who are you?" Chun Jianlong was furious. The Northwest of the Li family? This was the Li family? Perhaps it was still the Li family now, but it might not be the case in a while. The men of the Li family were all dead. Even the patriarch of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua, was dead. Do you think this is still the Li family's territory? You still insist on this question. What a joke. Old Madam Li suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. She said in a shrill but heroic voice, "There are not only men in the Li family, but also women. We are also members of the Li family. As long as there is one person with the surname Li, this land will still belong to the Li family." Everyone shouted in unison, "That's right. As long as there is still one person with the surname Li in the Li clan, this land will belong to the Li clan. This is the Li clan." Chun Jianlong guffawed and pointed. "Yes, there seems to be another guy over there. Is he also from the Li clan?" He pointed at Li Ju. Li Ju felt that he had been locked on by someone's divine sense. He was instantly terrified and shouted, "Don't kill me. Save me." Then, he turned around and ran away. He actually ran to where there were more people. He didn't care about the difference between men and women and ran further and further away. Seeing this, Chun Jianlong's smile widened. He chuckled and said, "I didn't expect the Li clan to still have someone who understands the situation. Someone like him can survive because he knows fear and knows what he can and can't provoke. Do you still think this land belongs to the Li clan?" The question was directed at Old Madam Li. Old Madam Li said indifferently, "Let me answer your first question first. It doesn't matter what that bastard's surname is now, but it is destined not to be Li anymore. Because even if he can still live, even if he can live for another 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, the ancestors of the Li clan won't recognize him as Li anymore. He doesn't deserve it. Secondly, this is the Li clan's territory. As long as there is one person in the Li clan, this will never change." Chun Jianlong heard this and became angry. He said fiercely, "Good, good, good. Since Old Madam Li said so, then I will kill everyone with the surname Li and then go search for the treasures. I really don't believe that those treasures can grow wings and fly away." Old Madam Li sneered. "You didn't intend to let us go in the first place. Why do you have to be so pretentious? Suddenly, there was a shout. The men of the Li clan are all heroes. They will never kneel in front of others and die together. Are the women of the Li clan afraid of death? The men of the Li clan are heroes. The women are also not afraid of anything. They were still shouting in unison. Old Madame Li waved her hand and stopped the shouting. She smiled bitterly. Actually, what's the point of talking so much nonsense? What are we waiting for? Our men are all dead. Are we still going to hesitate here and not reunite? With a roar that sounded like an explosion, the women of the Li family suddenly rushed forward like crazy tigers. Everyone was holding a sword, a knife, or other sharp weapons. Everyone was rushing forward without thinking about their own safety. Most of them were weak, but this time, they didn't want to kill the enemy. They only wanted to be killed as soon as possible. That was all. Just as Chen Jianlong said, the women of the Li clan had already realized that they were losers. But this realization was definitely not to surrender, but to die. Li Ju was still running for his life. It was as if running for his life was the only thing he could do. Compared to these white-haired and beautiful women and children, this Li clan's Grand Duke was as detestable as a pile of dung. No, feces could be eaten by dogs, but he couldn't even be bothered to care about dogs. At this moment, the 120,000 men who had stayed behind earlier all let out a cry and rushed forward at the same time. Kill. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Chun Jinlong's eyes were red. He raised his head and shouted, Kill. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Wash the northwest with blood. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Don't leave any future troubles. Thousands of experts also rushed forward. Compared to the Li clan in front of them, these people were like a group of regular soldiers who had been through a lot of killing. Facing a group of babies who were almost defenseless, they were waving the cruelest butcher's knife. This was a massacre without any resistance at all. There was no resistance at all. It was a massacre without any resistance at all. With a swing of the sword, dozens of people fell down screaming at the same time. Fresh blood soared into the sky. In a moment, blood flowed like a river. Chun Jinlong's face revealed a trace of coldness. He chased after Li Ju. This Grand Duke of the Li clan was a rare commodity worth hoarding. At the very least, he should know the location of the Li clan's treasure trove. Also, his greatest characteristic was his fear of death. This was the most outstanding trait of his enemies. As his divine sense locked onto Li Ju, he sped up and chased after him. Li Ju, who was like a frightened rabbit, became even more panicked. He rolled and crawled and didn't know what to say. He was so shrill that his voice was hoarse. Save me, save me, save me. Father, mother, my mother. Little one, it's useless for you to shout now. Chun Jianlong flew up and grabbed him with one hand. Li Ju suddenly thought of something at this moment. Escape? Where should I escape to? Where should I escape to? Father? Yes. Didn't father set up something? There's a safe place. There's a place, right? Batian? Batian. Quick. Li Ju began to chant incoherently in his heart. He was grasping at his last life-saving straw. Right now, Li Batian was naturally inside the secret formation that Mo Tianji had set up. He was sitting unusually quietly. It was very quiet inside. Not a single one of his 7,000 brothers was missing. Everyone was silent. No one knew if they could really escape by hiding in this place. According to Mo Tianji's original intention, he wanted to leave some space so that there would be some room to maneuver. However, the Li clan didn't even have enough space for 7,000 people. How could there be any space? Therefore, this place was really filled with 7,000 people. However, at this moment, Li Batian suddenly received Li Ju's call from outside. He also received a request to activate the different bodies united. Li Batian hesitated for a moment before he immediately activated the secret technique. He had already made it clear that once the time came, it would be a dangerous moment that couldn't be delayed any longer. He could only activate it immediately. Chun Jianlong waved his sword and sent dozens of Li clan members flying. He opened his hand and grabbed Li Ju by the back of his shirt. He lifted him up like he was lifting a chicken. At this moment, Li Ju didn't even know how to struggle. He was just about to interrogate him when he suddenly felt a dense fluctuation in the air. Li Ju, who he had caught in his hand, suddenly disappeared. Furthermore, he had disappeared without a trace. There was only a ripping sound as a piece of cloth hung in his hand. Something strange happened. Chun Jianlong couldn't help but cry out. He was stunned on the spot. Following this, he felt a purple light suddenly appear not far away. There was another series of light projections that shot into the sky. There was a loud boom. Countless people were sent flying by the shock waves from the explosion. Snow and dust filled the air and flew in all directions. As the snow and dust settled, everyone present was stunned. Behind the crowd, a large empty space appeared out of nowhere. There were at least a few thousand people on the empty space. The young men were terrified as they looked over. They didn't know what to do at all. The Alliance army was still all right. Although there were a few thousand more people on the other side, they were all low-level martial artists. They weren't as hard to kill as the women. However, what was going on? Was this an ambush? A suicidal ambush? Or was it a secret sanctuary? But why would they be exposed when the army was pressing down on them? As for the women and children of the Li clan, all of them had white hair and beautiful faces. They instantly broke down. Weren't those people their children? Every single one of them was a familiar face. Every single one of them was the most promising and talented disciple in their respective clans. How did they appear out of nowhere? Weren't they taken away by the elder to be taught secret techniques? Weren't they supposed to be in some secret safe place? How did this happen? What happened? The battlefield fell silent. Li Ju and Li Batian were also stunned. The two of them sat in the middle in a daze and looked at the situation outside. Their brains seemed to have frozen. Chapter 1551. Book 7. Chapter 840. Sinful. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Ju and Li Batian felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't expect the formation to be at its limit. At this moment, Li Batian was filled with regret. What's going on? A white-haired old lady dashed over, her body drenched in blood. She interrogated Li Ju and Li Batian. She was the one with the highest cultivation among the women and children. She was also the widow of one of the Li family's ancestors. She was usually quiet and didn't participate in the family's affairs. However, she was the calmest person here. Li Ju was outside, but he suddenly appeared in the empty space that had appeared out of nowhere. This was very strange. Furthermore, it was because of him that this place was exposed. There was no trace of it before this. This was clearly a secret hiding place, but it was exposed for some reason. All the questions pointed to Li Ju. It was definitely related to Li Ju. At this moment, she gritted her teeth as she questioned Li Ju. This is a protective formation. Li Batian also knew that he had gotten himself into big trouble at this moment. He subconsciously explained everything that had happened from the very beginning. Everyone was stunned at the same time. All the women were in despair. This was the first time they were truly in despair. According to what you said, these people were the younger generation that the family had intentionally hidden. They had bloodline powers that could have escaped. But now, it was destroyed by Li Ju's selfishness? Following this question, tens of thousands of women's gazes turned and focused on Li Ju's face. To a man, the most important thing was his family, his career, and his interests. However, to a woman, the most important thing was always her child. This was more important than anything else. At this moment, they knew that their child had a great chance of surviving, but had been harmed by Li Ju, a selfish bastard. Their anger could make the sky collapse. At this moment, everyone was gnashing their teeth. They wanted nothing more than to bite Li Ju to death. Bite him to death. I'm afraid that's what happened. So this is what happened. The old lady with the highest status said helplessly, I heard the men say that no one is allowed to come out. Now, it's obvious that Li Ju used some kind of secret technique to hide in the formation. He wanted to survive, but the formation exploded. A slight mistake in the art of formations can lead to a huge mistake. Li Ju, you bastard. You deserve to die. So many people died. So why didn't you die? You scourge. The hundreds of thousands of people were instantly enraged. This was simply a great hatred that could end one's bloodline. The only thing that could do all of this was the unity of different bodies. In an instant, everyone understood. They glared at Li Ju and Li Batian with hatred as they gritted their teeth. Damn people! The Li clan was already at the end of the road. Yet these two brothers still wanted to play such tricks and harm the entire clan. Now, the entire clan had been killed, completely wiped out. On the other side, Chen Jianlong was also confused, but his cultivation was superb, and he had already locked onto the core of the incident with his divine sense, so he understood the general situation of the matter. Naturally, he understood the whole story, and he couldn't help but feel like a big pie had fallen from the sky. Today was really the old man's lucky day. He originally wanted to catch a coward so that he could find the treasure, but he didn't expect to catch a bunch of hidden scourges. He laughed out loud. Wonderful, wonderful. I was just worried that if I didn't remove the roots, they would grow again. Li Ju, you've really helped me a lot. I definitely won't kill you. You're my benefactor, haha. As soon as she smiled, the women of the Li family all felt their old and new hatred. Suddenly, they abandoned the enemy and rushed over like crazy. You damned bastard. Their voices changed as they cursed. Li Ju and Li Batian were dragged out of the crowd. Then, a woman in her 40s fiercely pounced on Li Ju. She fiercely bit Li Ju's neck and tore off a piece of flesh. Her mouth was full of blood. She screamed in despair. I want to eat you. You bastard. You killed my son. Another woman also charged forward with tears on her face. She bit Li Ju's neck with her snow-white teeth. Bastard. I'm going to eat you. Following this, countless women charged forward. They all used their teeth to bite Li Ju and Li Batian. Li Ju was so terrified that his eyes turned white. He only had time to say one sentence, "Save me. Hurry up and save me." Activate the heavenly net escape. In the next moment, he was drowned by the crowd. Li Batian only had time to defend himself before he was drowned by the crowd. The same thing happened to him. Li Batian was completely wronged. He was completely dragged down by Li Ju. But now, who cared whether he was wronged or not? These women were so crazy that even the elites of the Allied forces felt a chill run down their spines when they saw it. Li Ju and Li Batian's cries for mercy didn't stop. They became softer and softer until they finally stopped. These women had really gone mad. They had used their teeth to gnaw Li Ju and Li Batian until they were nothing more than bones. From this, it could be seen just how deep the hatred in his heart was and how deep the hatred was. There was a saying that one could eat someone's flesh and sleep on their skin if they wanted to. It was rare to see this with one's own eyes. Today, they witnessed with their own eyes what it meant to eat someone's flesh. As for sleeping on someone's skin, they still needed a chance because they had eaten everything. The supreme martial artists could only watch from the side. They didn't dare to interfere. Some of them even trembled, as if they were the ones being gnawed on. However, they completely forgot that the power that he possessed wasn't something that these women could touch. No one would have thought that Li Ju and Li Batian would end up like this. This was how they died. They were bitten to death by a group of women. At this moment, everyone in the Li family was in a state of extreme madness and despair. They knew that their entire family was about to be destroyed, so they weren't very excited. Death was already a foregone conclusion. What was there to be excited about? However, they suddenly heard that their children could survive. Furthermore, it was a very effective method. Their hopes were magnified. Their children and descendants could live on. Even if they died, they would be comforted. This ending was already much better than having their entire family wiped out. However, at this moment, they were exposed to the enemy's butcher's knife. This hatred was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. It was only when Li Ju and Li Batian were reduced to mere skeletons and many of their bones had been gnawed to pieces that the rage finally dissipated. However, the strong will to fight to the death with the enemy had also dissipated. At this moment, it was as if the backbone of the person had been pulled out of his body. There was no point in persevering. It didn't matter if they lived or died. There was no point in doing so. So what if they could kill more enemies? They couldn't avoid death in the end. They had to die together with their children. There was no more hope. Their hope was destroyed. Their desire to live was destroyed. Everyone seemed to have lost their souls. At this moment, they didn't even want to resist. Faced with so many high-level supreme martial artists, even if they gave it their all, they might not be able to kill one. What was the point of resisting? Chun Jianlong raised his hand and shouted coldly, "Everyone, attack together, kill them all. Leave no one alive. From now on, there will be no more Li family in the Northwest. There won't be anyone with the surname Li." Roar. Everyone agreed at the same time. The butcher's knife was about to be raised again. Suddenly, a cold voice said, "Kill them all? Do you think you can do that?" The owner of this voice was the master of the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang. Chun Jianlong was furious. "Master of the Calamity Sword, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You'll only cause trouble." Chu Yang said plainly, "Everyone has a part in this. If I insist on meddling, what can you do? What trouble can you give this sword master?" Qin Jianlong and the leader of the Zhuge family looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. If the master of the Calamity Sword wanted to escape, no one was confident that they could stop him. However, if the master of the Calamity Sword wanted to meddle in other people's business, he wouldn't be able to leave any time. In that case, the people here could definitely keep the master of the Calamity Sword here forever. As long as they really cared about the women and children of the Li family, these people would be a great hindrance. Under such circumstances, even if Wu Jueqing were to take action, it wouldn't be of much use. Poison didn't have eyes, especially for those women and children who were weak. Once poison was used, they would definitely be the first to die. Therefore, Wu Jueqing would definitely have a lot of scruples. In this way, only a few people would have to face 5,000 high-level martial artists in a life-and-death battle. Even if you had great abilities, what could you do? Suddenly, a cold voice said abruptly, "Everyone, take a step back." A thin figure suddenly appeared in the crowd of the Li family. A puff of green smoke rose. The few people at the front of the Allied forces suddenly fell down. There were no exceptions. Poison. Everyone, retreat. Chen Jianlong was the first to retreat. This figure that suddenly appeared was the poison Dr. Wu Jueqing. It was the same poison as smoke. The Li family was fine when they smelled it, but the Allied forces were in a complete mess when they smelled it. Poison didn't have eyes, but Wu Jueqing did. Wu Jueqing's method of using poison was obviously beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He had already reached the level of a great grandmaster where he could do as he pleased. He could poison whoever he wanted. He wouldn't casually implicate others. This was Wu Jueqing's method of using poison. With just a puff of green smoke as a barrier, he actually separated the Li family from the Allied forces. "Elder Wu, are you sure you want to make things difficult for us by doing this?" Xiao Qinyu sat on the snow sleigh and asked cautiously. If he could avoid becoming enemies with Wu Jueqing, it was better not to. After all, the implications were too great. Chapter 1552. Chu Yang replied with a smile, "Look at what you're saying. The choice is all up to you. It's not that we want to make things difficult for you. We just want to ask you one thing. These people are your brother's family, descendants, and grandchildren. Are you sure you want to wipe out your brother's family? Completely annihilate your family friends?" Xiao Qinyu said bleakly, "As a loser, I should have the awareness of a loser. Besides, my brother is already dead. If his women and children fall into the hands of others, they will not only be robbed, they will also be bullied and humiliated. However, with this old man here, I can guarantee that they will die a quick death. However, this is already the limit of what this old man can do. Do you really want them to fall from the peak into the depths of the abyss? Tribulation Sword Master, don't use your so-called righteous hat to stop people. Which one of our big clans doesn't have such awareness? The tribulation that happens once every 10,000 years has reappeared. The cycle that happens once every 10,000 years is already proof." Chu Yang sneered and said, "Awareness? Proof? That's bullshit. Why don't you ask these people in front of you? These are all your brother's family and descendants. Ask them if they want to die or live." Xiao Qinyu said, "Even if they want to live, I will never allow them to live on in humiliation. If they don't care about the face of the Li clan in order to survive, they are not qualified to be surnamely. If they are not surnamely, do I still need to care about the Brotherhood? Chu Yang sneered and said, Nonsense. It's all your logic. With your ability, you can totally take care of them. The Shao clan has a big business. It's not a problem to feed a few more people. Why do you have to kill them? GMO and Luo Kadi at the side laughed. This sentence really showed Shao Qinyu's hypocrisy to the bone. You said that you don't want your brother's family to live in humiliation. Then, with your Shao clan's business, what's wrong with feeding a few more people? Besides, they are your brother's family. They are not outsiders to you. But Shao Qinyu obviously didn't want to. He led people to destroy the Li clan. How could he put the cart before the horse and cut the grass without removing the roots? How could he feed so many people from the Li clan? Moreover, these were all descendants of real enemies. Who knew when they would really cause endless trouble? Although the Shao family was big, how could they afford to raise him? Moreover, he had to be on guard against the backlash at all times. No matter what, it was not feasible. Shao Qinyu's eyes turned cold. Is Tribulation Sword Master going to protect them? Was he going to enslave them? Or cannon fodder? I maintain. Even if I use them as cannon fodder in the future, being a slave has nothing to do with you. Because I want them to live. It gave them hope. Chu Yang said sarcastically, at the very least, even if I'm a vile person who takes advantage of other people's perilous situation, I'm doing it in the open. I'm not like you, who is full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. You can kill people at any time with a knife in your hand. It's already clear that they want to kill. They want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles. Yet you say that you don't want them to live in humiliation. Shao Qinyu, do you still have any sense of shame? Shao Qinyu was displeased and said, Chu Yang, you are the real despicable one. Since he couldn't outtalk Chu Yang, he decided to play the blame game instead. Suddenly, a woman from the Li clan looked at him with disdain. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, Shao Qinyu, you are really disgusting. What qualifications do you have to be on the same level as our elder ancestor? From then on, the group of women started to clamor. A sharp voice said, Shao Qinyu, it doesn't matter whether we die or not. But the children have to live. You cherish your brotherhood with our elder ancestors so much, so it's not a problem for you to raise a few thousand people? Shao Qinyu, we can believe you, as long as you say it. If these few thousand children can live, then all the adults here can commit suicide in front of you in an instant. We don't want you to overburden us. How about that? Isn't this burden heavy? We don't need you to promise us more. We don't need them to be successful. We just need them to live and breathe. We don't even need them to keep the Li surname. Shao Qinyu, do you dare to agree? The voices rose one after another. There were pleas, sarcasm, but there was a common desire that couldn't be concealed. These women wanted their children to live, and they were willing to do anything for it, even though they hated each other to the extreme, and their grievances were already irreconcilable. They still held on to a slim hope and tried their best. Even though they knew that Shao Qinyu would definitely not agree, they still gave up their dignity to plead. Even if the hope was slim, they still worked hard for the last chance of survival. As for Chu Yang and the others, they didn't have much hope, because Chu Yang and the others were really too few in number. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were definitely not a match for the Allied forces. But their hearts were still filled with gratitude, because after all, they had fought for a chance for them to plead. Because their children hadn't died yet. It would be good if they could live a little longer. Shao Qinyu closed his eyes with an ashen face. How could he dare to agree? How could he agree? Looking at the vengeful gazes of the thousands of youths, if these 7,000 people with good aptitudes were to really mature, what kind of storm would they stir up within the Shao family? Even if they were to be servants. But who knew when a huge change would occur? How could Shao Qinyu bear such a risk? Seeing Shao Qinyu's reaction, everyone understood. Hypocrite. Disgusting. Luo Kadi spat on the ground, full of disdain. Shao Qinyu, you are really too hypocritical. Shao Qinyu, you are a hypocrite with a mouth full of righteousness and morality. You still have the cheek to say such beautiful words. Are you still human? A wave of curses came like a tide. It had to be said that when women scolded people, they were definitely much more vicious than men. And they were eloquent and agile. In an instant, all of Xiao Qinyu's grandchildren were cursed at least once. All 8 generations of ancestors were also cursed. There was definitely no one left out. The muscles on Xiao Qinyu's face twitched. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, attack with all your might. Kill them all." Yes, Chun Jianlong had been waiting for this order for a long time. Wu Jueqing was furious. He said calmly, "Xiao Qinyu, looks like you really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I will let you have a fight here. Let's see how many people my poison can kill." Chu Luer answered and came out. Her slim figure stood on the snowy ground. With a smile, she said, "I also have some poison here." With a wave of her hand, another wave of greenish-blue smoke flew out. It merged with Wu Jueqing's smoke. A wave of poisonous smoke suddenly expanded to hundreds of feet long and became a wall of smoke. It stood between the two sides. Chu Yang laughed. "The few of us naturally have to teach the 8 super clans a lesson." The situation was suddenly on the verge of breaking out. Xiao Qinyu's pupils contracted. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, there was a long howl. A clear voice said, "I am the ruler of the world. I am the king of all rivers and mountains." When this voice came out, the faces of Jie and Jie twisted at the same time. It was not out of fear or wariness, but some disgust. This brother is really endless. Will you die if you don't say this when you appear? Even the muscles on Wu Jueqing's face were twitching. A green aura suddenly rose up, and Dukyu appeared in a carefree and unrestrained manner. He stepped on the green vines in this world of ice and snow, and walked over with lotus blooming with every step he took. He arrived in the middle of the confrontation between the two armies, and smiled in a carefree manner. "Brothers, I trust you have been well since we last met?" Chuyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Wushang sighed repeatedly. Mo Tianji looked bitter. GMO shouted, "Brother you." Those 2 sentences were really too awe-inspiring. Waha! With a pa sound, Dukyu actually opened up a folding fan in this world of ice and snow. He even slowly fanned himself twice, and said in a graceful manner, "That's right, that's right." Ao Xieyun and Rue Budong only felt that the bloodline power in their bodies seemed to be attracted by something. Suddenly, they let out a long howl at the same time. For a moment, the cries of dragons and phoenixes intertwined in the air. The weather changed. On the opposite side, Xiao Qinyu's eyes revealed a serious expression. He asked in a low voice, "What exactly are you that made you a demon?" Dukyu flew into a rage. He turned around abruptly and shouted, "Demon? Demon your grandpa. You're the demon. Your whole family is demons. You're always elves, elves. You ignorant country bumpkin." "Elves," Xiao Qinyu sighed. For a moment, his face was so hot that he couldn't show his face. He actually treated an elven clansman as a demon. If this were to spread out, his reputation would really resound through the heavens, and it would be the reputation of an idiot. He sighed in his heart. After all, the elves hadn't appeared for 100,000 years. Who would have thought that they were elves? 100,000 years. So it's an elf? The gloominess and anger in Xiao Qinyu's eyes became more and more intense. He said indifferently, "No matter what you are, since you want to protect our enemy, that means you've chosen to be my enemy. Then, all of you shall stay here." The Li clansmen's spirits were suddenly lifted. Suddenly, they all stopped breathing. The atmosphere of despair just now was swept away. After all, we still have reinforcements. After all, we still have someone to rely on. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, suddenly, another voice laughed out loud and said, "Why is it so lively here? I came out to take a breather and have some fun. To think that I can actually join in the fun. Not bad, really not bad. Little ones, let's go over and take a look. Let these ignorant humans admire the majestic face of this great demon king. The Holy King is mighty." There was an earth-shattering sound of flattery. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.